Live from the Jamal Thomas Morning Show that has hit 50K. 5-0. In fact, we have blown past 50K. This is a time and a moment for celebration. You only hit 50K once, right? It's like anything else. That is a momentous occasion. And what's wild about it, I couldn't even enjoy it last night. I did this morning. I could not enjoy it last night. But 50K, we're there. We keep it moving. I am at 50K because of all of your support, meaning me sitting in a room by myself is not at 50K. Me sitting with all of you, with your support, sharing the videos, liking the videos, contributing to the show. That is the reason why we have hit 50K. And you talking about somebody who is excited by the prospect of being at 50K. I feel like it's a new norm. I feel like I hit my 18th birthday. I don't know what it is, right? It feels fantastic. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not permanent. 50K can go down. So you got to keep moving. If you're not going forward, you're effectively dying. And so in our case, we are definitely not dying. We are surging ahead. 100K is next. The only thing that we need to figure out is what is the celebration going to be for the 50K landmark? I'm not certain. I really do want to do a telethon. This kind of cross between a fundraising, celebration, thank you to the guests, merged into this kind of one elongated show. So I'm excited. I hope you all are excited. We haven't arrived anywhere, but we kind of have. So 50K, best damn morning show that you can find pretty much anywhere that is covering news, politics, domestic, and international. It's a momentous occasion. It really is. And I want to give a shout out to the chat because, again, we couldn't get there without all of you. It's all of you. What do you say? You want cake? So you want cake? No, man, it's fantastic. It is fantastic. In a few months, I am going to have a wild story to tell about what has been going on in my life. Suffice to say, I was on the phone for, not even on the phone, on the chat for 8 hours straight with Verizon. I shit you not. 8 hours straight. I got off at 6 o'clock this morning. Well, 5 o'clock this morning. And so I'm slightly discombobulated from all of it. A bit sleepy or tired, but wide awake. When I got my phone yesterday, because my other phone was damaged when I effectively fell and screwed my head up. This side. Yeah. It was damaged. And so there was no way I could get a code through the phone. And they were like, yeah, Mr. Thomas, but we can't do anything if you can't receive a code. They're like, what do you mean you can't do anything? I need my phone. Yeah, okay. And then they would pass you from person to person to person to person to person. At 5 a.m. this morning, I had no fucks to give. I was being an asshole at that point, if I'm being honest. I was being pretty much a dick to whoever I talked to, because again, at this point, this was several hours. And the last person, it was a woman. She says, I'm going to be the last person you talk to today. I say, you damn right you are. Cancel my account. That's where I was. I was like, cancel my account. And she says, well, wait a minute, Mr. Thomas, let's go through it. An hour later, she connects me to my phone without the code. It was a grueling process. And I felt triumphant. It was like everything's forgiven. even though kind of not. Because I feel like, are you telling me that it took 9 hours to find the one person that could figure out how to do it, and none of these other people knew how to do it? And so they just pass you from person to person, to person, to person. I didn't start off being a dick. For the first 3 hours, I was a good person. Hour 4, 5, 6. Oh, worst version of self. That woman is awesome. That woman deserves praise. She deserves a raise. She should go to heaven. Every benefit and opportunity that is available to a person on this planet, she should get. And you don't know me from a hole in the wall. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you. But there's a lot of news. I'm talking about myself. I have to clear the queue. It's just the way my mind works. Let's get into the news. And there's a lot of news afoot. I did have time to go through it this morning. So, like I said, I haven't necessarily been in bed. One of the big and interesting stories that are out has to be the rulings against Trump. And I'm going to say 2 rulings. One in the economic sense, one in a judicial sense. Donald Trump, of course, had been disappearing people out of the country. Just no due process at all. You're a terrorist. Take them away. It's like, well, wait a minute. Do I get my day in court? No, you do not. The executive branch gets to make the choice. Now, Democrats are complaining about this, but they were not complaining about this when Obama did something very similar, where he murdered Americans, saying the executive branch can make that choice. We don't need the judicial branch to make the determination on who we murder as Americans. Okay, that's pretty astonishing. That's pretty astonishing. At the time, I thought it was astonishing. The other Democrats are like, well, hey, Obama did it. So, it's Obama. If Obama has to kill people, he's kill people. He has a kill list. It's what it is. It's Obama. Trump does it, and it's like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe Donald Trump has done that. Yeah, he's disappearing people into El Salvador. He has Bukele, almost like an imp, jumping around him like some kind of gimp in a gimp suit, cheering him on as he does this. The judge says, bring him back. Now, what's wild about this, they have brought people back from El Salvador. The Trump administration admits it was an error to send them, and still they're like, nope, we're not doing it. The judge says, bring them back. The Supreme Court, 9-0, bring them back. The other judge was right, do it. The judge then comes out and says, you're not doing what I told you to do. And because you're not doing what I told you to do, we are looking that you may be held in contempt. All right? Now, Trump says, well, we are going to fight this. It goes to the appellate court. The appellate court gives an excoriating ruling, effectively pointing out that the mendacity that is coming out of the Trump administration is mind-blowing. And he is diminishing the office of the president and of the judicial branch by not listening and effectively creating constitutional crisis. So I'm paraphrasing. Trump is asked about this. His response to this is effectively, I don't have anything to do with it. Now, the contempt charges are most likely going to be for people down the line because it's hard to go after Trump. And so the judge, in looking at this, is looking potentially to hold somebody in contempt, as he should. You're blowing off the judicial branch as president. It's outrageous. The other ruling is on Jerome Powell. That one is fascinating because Jerome Powell, as I told my mom last night, she said, well, Trump hates him because he's telling the truth. And I said, Jerome Powell is not telling the truth. She said, what do you mean by that? I said, the reality of it is, Jerome Powell saying what Trump is doing is going to create inflation. It's so underselling it that it is effectively also a lie. Meaning, your job as the Fed is not to spook markets. We run on faith. That's it. Faith. Faith that the $1 trillion military budget will protect this country. Faith that the country will be here, faith that there'll be money in the bank when you go to the bank. And if that faith diminishes in the way that Bear Stearns would belly up, all hell breaks loose. So, Fed chair, job number one, don't spook the markets. So if you need to give bad news, you give it with 3 lumps of sugar, kind of the way you take your coffee. Now, so when Jerome Powell says, there's going to be inflation, and Donald Trump says, how dare you say that? And other Republicans say, how dare Jerome Powell says that? And Donald Trump said, I may ask him to leave, and he'll leave if I tell him to leave. Jerome Powell says, I'm not going anywhere. You'll leave if I tell you to. Okay, well, the Fed chair is not, you don't have the power, right? Jerome Powell is massively underselling the chaos and the damage that Donald Trump is causing. And he's underselling it because the last thing he wants to do is freak people out, which if he told them the truth, he certainly will. But I want to bring on my guests. I'm fascinated by the news, that's all. I want to bring on my guests. We're joined with the man himself, Laith Marouf. He is an award-winning multimedia producer, media policy law consultant focused on issues of liberation, decolonization, and the indigenous nations to Arab peoples and building broadcast capabilities for underrepresented communities around the world. Laith, you're the person I want to talk to on this story. How you doing, man? You doing okay?
Good. Thank you very much for asking, Jamal. Good to be with you.
Yeah, when I saw this, you were literally the first person that I thought about. I have clips that I cannot show because they're so graphic. But Donald Trump has been bombing Yemen relentlessly. I'm talking about like 20 strikes within the course of like a day, if not more. The last one he hit was what is called Ras Isa Port in Yemen. Now, if you're hitting oil refineries, if you're hitting ports, you're just killing civilians. Donald Trump even put a video up on Twitter saying, this is what I've done as Donald Trump. And it was a video of people gathering in like a religious ceremony, no weapons, no guns, all of them civilians. He murdered all of them. He put it on Twitter as a celebratory thing. I downvoted that and said, how does this not breach your guidelines, considering the way Twitter operates? And so they've been on the murder spree in Yemen. His propaganda person, propaganda minister, Abandi, will come out and say, we have destroyed Yemen's capabilities, or the Houthis' capabilities, Ansar Allah capabilities, and they no longer have the ability to attack us. In which case, they would fire missiles into the Red Sea the very same day where the U.S. ships are scurrying away and fire into Israel the very same day. So they have been completely incapable of stopping the Houthis. And so what they've decided upon apparently was just murder civilians en masse. In addition to the murdering civilians thing, you get this story come up. Saudi Arabia gets involved. Saudi Arabia, if you remember, was given the green light by Obama to go also on a killing spree over the course of several years, in which case they were not able to pacify the group. This story came out where they pointed out, right here, U.S. strikes spur plans for Yemeni ground war against the Houthis. A civil war. They're trying to reignite a civil war. And when I saw that, I thought to myself, okay, so your air bombing just didn't work. It was completely ineffective to accomplish the objectives that you wanted to accomplish. And so now you're like, okay, we need to reignite a civil war. Can you give us a summary of how the Civil War started in the first place? And then I'm going to move to what the Trump administration is trying to do in this case and the effectiveness or why it hasn't been effective. But let's go to the first point first. How did the initial Civil War start in Yemen?
Well, as part of the quote-unquote Arab Spring, which I would like to call the Arab Autumn, and the effect of all these demonstrations around the Arabic world, specifically in the republics, because remember, none of the monarchies that have been house slaves for the West since the 1940s have ever seen any change, and the only one that had demonstrations was Bahrain, and they were oppressed severely and the Saudi invading force occupied Bahrain basically and suppressed the population. So in general, the Arab Autumn was designed to destabilize all the Arab republics that managed to escape colonialism after World War II, whatever misfallings or problems they may have. This is really the objective of the Arab Spring. Now, what had happened in Yemen specifically is that the former president of Yemen, Saleh, was a Saudi puppet and basically was an American, vassal. And so it wasn't really what the Qataris and the Gulf monarchies that threw money into the Arab Spring to destabilize the republics. This was the only republic that didn't want to do that in. And what ended up happening is that the population in Yemen, which is majority Shia, close to 90% of the population is Shia, and the majority of the population of Yemen lives in the mountain regions. They rebelled against Saleh, and led by the Ansarullah movement and other parties, including the Communist Party and others that rebelled against the former puppet president. And what we see is the geography of Yemen now has been the areas that are not mountainous and the coastal areas in the south is what the Saudis and the Emiratis were able to keep on holding on to, while the mountain region where the majority of the population is, they were not able to take back through this antagonized civil war, quote unquote. But it's not civil war because it's Al-Qaeda and ISIS and the Muslim Brotherhood, all funded and armed by the Emiratis and the Saudis, and the arrival of Sudani and Somali fighters and Blackwater and others, all of those guiding the war for more than 10 years against the will of the people of Yemen.
Thank you for that. And that puts you in the mind of Libya, for example, Syria, where even though they may call it a civil war, you have all of these groups that are being funneled into the countries in order to either destabilize or go after the governments of those countries. And they would say it's a popular uprising. I remember when Gaddafi went down, and we were effectively funding jihadists in order to go in. And the US was like, this is a popular uprising. The people of Libya had enough. And so we're going to do now airstrikes in order to take down Gaddafi. That's pretty astonishing. The government falls, and you have Hillary Clinton cackling, the happiest moment of her life, Gaddafi getting sodomized with a machete. That's the way they framed it in the West. Same thing with Syria. You pay all of these jihadis, you put billions of dollars each year into trying to overthrow the government. It becomes a frozen conflict where Donald Trump, yes, peacemaker Donald Trump, effectively becomes Al-Qaeda's air force and says, if you bomb Idlib, we're going to get involved. In which case, they leave Idlib alone, creating this little terrorist haven that eventually explodes at the most inopportune moment with all of these people who are coming from outside of the country, who the US says, these are all Syrians in a popular uprising against Assad. It's the way they talk about it, right? It's the framing, it's the propaganda that they give for it. It's fascinating. All right, so the situation now is that effectively they're thinking, with these US airstrikes, we may now be able to gain ground. And that explains the Saudis here in this article by The Cradle, where they're pointing out that the Saudis got in on the attacks after the US started bombing. So what they couldn't accomplish on their own, now that the US is involved, the Saudis are like, okay, now we can get back involved. That is amazing. Now, give me your take on this. Am I getting this wrong? Am I misunderstanding this?
Yeah, look, just to be very clear, the 10 years of war on Yemen included nonstop bombings by the Americans, the British, the French, the Jordanians, the Emiratis, the Saudis, everybody was bombing the hell out of Yemen from the air at the same time as, something like 300,000 fighters from Al-Qaeda, ISIS, all the mercenaries around the world like Blackwater, and the Sudanese rapid response forces that are now committing the genocide in Sudan, and all these Somali al-Shabaab and others were all brought in for 10 years, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of exaggeration right now about the possibility of any change on the ground in terms of control of territory with the arrival of Saudi troops, who are the most cowardly troops, probably equal in cowardice to Zionists. Okay, I don't know if some of your viewers have ever watched the videos of Ansarullah and Yemeni soldiers facing off with Saudi soldiers, and what happens every time. It's just a comedic scene always. Okay, there's a famous video.
Had to fight a war. I mean, what war has Saudi Arabia fought? Those guys aren't used to this.
Yes, I mean, Saudi Arabia's actual military is the Wahhabi death squads, Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Okay, and but the proper military of Saudi Arabia is nothing. Anyways, but so what did change today in the military confrontation than what was happening in the height of the war 5-6 years ago? Is the entrance of the American super bombers, the B-2, and that's it, really. So what can that change on the field that will make it more successful for the Saudis to invade? It's not going to change much. And so the targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure, like the oil port, which led to the martyrdom of 17 workers, plus when the aid and paramedics were arriving, the Americans did the second round and killed all these aid workers, rescue workers. That's the only thing that the Americans can do. They've been targeting civilian neighborhoods in Sana'a and other parts of the country openly, just like the Israelis did in both Lebanon and Gaza. And is that going to change anything on the ground in terms of battle balance? No. Military balance? No. It's now with the Saudis stupidly, openly entering like this. The last time, the reason the Saudis withdrew from continuing this war is because the Yemenis targeted the Saudi refineries.
No.
And more, something like 40% of all exports of Saudi Arabia were brought to a halt, and took close to 5 months to fix all the refineries and so on for the Saudis to be exporting again. So today, the Saudis made a huge mistake by doing this. And the fact that Saudi refinery ports on the Red Sea are being used to supply the gasoline and jet fuel, to the aircraft carriers, that means Saudi refineries are going to come under attack. And, the Americans are just going to be paying more and more as a cost for this war, and they will gain nothing from it.
If I remember correctly, it was drones, I believe it was drones, where the Patriot systems didn't pick up. They were able to get all the way and knock down, I think it was like 5% of the oil that Saudi Arabia effectively was exporting, or 5% of the world's oil market. And people were like, okay, well, what the hell just happened? What happened to the Patriot batteries? Why weren't you able to hit those drones? Why weren't you able to detect through the drones? And I think that's when people started realizing, okay, they're more militarily sophisticated than we gave them credit for. And then you have them firing missiles that are going at hypersonic speeds into Israel or Tel Aviv. Then you have them firing missiles at ships. And it was like, okay, these missiles are pretty damn accurate for people who are supposedly running around with sandals and just a band of rebels. Like, meaning the military sophistication of the Yemenis skyrocketed. And people didn't quite understand how, and they became a legitimate threat. And let's be honest, the only actor that was willing to stand up for the Palestinian cause. All of these other Quisling governments, all of these other Arab governments stood by and watched, complained, like Joe Biden complained, and watched. They got involved. And they are paying the price for it in blood for getting involved. And to your point, it's not like Trump is hitting military targets. I don't even know if they know any military targets. They're just killing civilians with the idea that if we could kill enough civilians, maybe we can put more pressure on them to stop. It's, I don't want to call it mind-blowing because the reality of it is you're right. Israel has been doing this the entire time. And if they can get away with it, what stops Trump from doing the same thing? I suppose that's the logic of it. Why aren't they successful? Meaning, when they run like 30 bombing raids over the course of several hours, why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it stop them? Why aren't they able to hit the military targets? Is it because they're in the mountains and it's difficult terrain? Like, how are they insulated militarily in this way where they can continue these strikes?
Yes, so geography is the most important factor here. These are very high altitude mountains, and they're very rugged. It's not like, just one mountain chain and you've got two sides. No, it's up and down and up and down. And it's a huge country and huge population. So it's not, again, you're not like, look, even with Lebanon, which is much smaller than Yemen, population-wise and area-wise, like not even a tenth, and just a few mountain ranges. The Israelis, with all the relentless bombing of Lebanon, were unable to destroy the majority of Lebanese resistance caches of weapons. Okay? Yeah. Now, add to it the fact that Yemen has air defenses, unlike Lebanon, and the fact that these air defenses are stationed on such a high altitude that they can follow all air movement coming from all directions, and that's why they can shoot down MQ-9s, because the mountains are so high, and the MQ-9, no matter how high it's going to be, they're much closer to it than, let's say, an air defense in a field on a level of the sea level, and this is why also, and because of the ruggedness of the terrain, remember when you shoot these missiles and so forth, it's not like they can do shoot something like this, they have to come from a certain direction, and so this is why the Americans are having to use 2 aircraft carriers from 2 different geographic points of launch. And so it's because it's such a, and still American bunker buster bombs to penetrate such deep and huge mountains, it's almost an impossibility. Look at what they needed to assassinate Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah here in Beirut, the Israelis. And it was, I saw the actual tunnel and bunker that he was in, the hole that it was. And it's just, around 4 stories down underground. Okay. And they had to shoot, 40 somewhat bombs, bunker buster bombs right after each other on the same location to get to it. So it's not something that is logically achievable from the air to destroy all these weapons, hideouts and caches and factories under these mountains. And an invading force on the ground, again, geography is what controls the reality. And, going uphill with a marching army or mechanized army is a suicide, situation. I think the only person that showed us a victory in a situation like this was Hannibal. Okay, Hannibal, the Carthaginian general that went over the Alps with his is his elephants, and that's like 4,000 years ago,
Yeah.
whatever it is. I'm exaggerating in the dates, but point is, there's not been much examples of military possibility of victory going up, and historically Sana'a has never been occupied by an invading force from down the mountains, period. All its history as Sana'a, it's like over 10,000 years, hasn't been occupied by invading army. How are you going to do it as a Saudi or as an American? And what else are going to do but just bombard from the air?
Which is what they've been doing. And again, not military targets. Like the port is not a military target. Like you can make the argument, okay, well, you're giving fuel to whatever. Okay, but be careful with that argument. Hey, Saudis, you're giving fuel to the Americans. Like that argument can go cut both ways.
And I think it should. And I think the Yemenis should take the decision to destroy the refineries in the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, and to target the American bases in Qatar, Bahrain, and Saudi, and cut the supply route for those aircraft carriers. But every day there has to be ships coming out from the Saudi ports, refinery ports on the Red Sea, to reach the aircraft carrier and its group to resupply them with fuel and for their aircrafts on them. Similarly, from the United Arab Emirates, there's a supply route for the other aircraft carrier group. And if you take out those sources of resupply for the aircraft carriers, they will have to run.
Create a cost. That's the entire point of the Red Sea operation, right? There needs to be a cost. If there's no cost, then the people don't care. So, no, I totally get it. One more story before I let you go. I got to get your take on this. The New York Times piece, damn it, New York Times, at the moment that I tried to pull you up, you pull this nonsense. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'll just say it. The New York Times story that was talking about Donald Trump waves off Israeli strike after divisions in his team. And what they point out, there we are. What they point out is that everybody, for the most part, in his team, even the most hawkish, Hegseth, a lunatic Zionist, a wacko, whack job, Susie Wiles, Gabbard is the one that gave the new intelligence. And in giving the new intelligence, pointed out, hey, this is not like what Netanyahu was saying. Netanyahu was talking about a commando raid. It's almost like he was watching a movie somewhere. We're going to have commando raids, and there's going to be attacks from the sky that's going to protect our commandos, and they're going to go in, they're going to put in bombs, and they're going to subdue it. And the U.S. is like, okay, you're out of your mind. Like, they're just looking at him, you're out of your mind, you're crazy. And they effectively said, we think this is a bad idea. We don't think you're going to be able to do this without a huge amount of help from us, meaning you're dragging us into this. You're trying to trap us into a protracted war, which is what it would be when Iran responds. You're talking about a bombing campaign over the course of like a week. And what do you think Iran is doing while you're doing that bombing campaign? Like, as they started to process it, the reality started to kick in, and Trump is like, I'm going with negotiations. Now, I want to get your take on this because I have a darker point of view on this than I think some people do. Because for me, Trump is in a box. Trump is gambling here. He's saying, rhetorically, I'm going to bomb you. I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to bomb you. If I don't get a deal, I'm going to bomb you. Okay, so what happens if you don't get a deal? Like, you're throwing Witkoff out there under the notion that he must get a deal or else, because you've already stated the or else. You have all of these Zionists around you, all of this money that has been funneling into you. And Israel has one main objective: destroy the head of the snake, as they call it. And you can look at Wesley Clark's thing. All of those governments that Clark mentioned have either been destroyed. Sudan is in the process of being destroyed. And Iran is the last man standing. And so from my point of view, there is a coherent strategy at work that didn't matter what president was in office. And whereas Donald Trump right now is like, okay, I don't really want a war, regardless of what I say, but I have these lunatics around me that may be okay with it. I need a way out. And there's almost a level of desperation in him being so escalatory. Because in his mind, the only thing that works is I must be dominant. And if I'm dominant enough, I can get my way. As opposed to, I just want to go and make a deal. He can't do that. And I suspect that what we're seeing from him is desperation masquerading as dominance. And so he's in Witkoff, the non-ideologue, the realist. But I guess my point is, rhetorically, he's in a box. Give me your take on this. I mean, the story is right here. It was really big yesterday, and I've been getting other people's thoughts on this because I could be wrong. I could be talking on my ass, right? But he waved off strikes. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I mean, look, this is partially propaganda just for the consumption of the public in the West, but also for, psychological propaganda with the Iranians to say there's a good cop and a bad cop.
Yes.
Okay. The way we can measure the decisions of Trump or Netanyahu is to depersonalize them and look at what is the strategic goal of these actors. And then, with depersonalization, we can see what options they have in front of them. So in the situation of the United States, the US wants to remain as the sole hegemon on the planet. That is its strategic goal. And we see how all its actions, whether they're war or the trade war or whatever it is, are all designed to maintain the achievability of this strategic goal. Okay. And as we see, the options in front of the empire in decline are very narrow. Okay. It's not like it's not like they changed their strategic goal and decided, well, we don't want to be the hegemon anymore. We're okay with multipolarity. No, they're maintaining that hegemon strategic goal. Therefore, their options is that either the world bends a knee or you force them to bend the knee. Okay, there's no third option there. And similarly for the Zionist colony, its strategic goal is permanency. Okay, so the colony stays forever, and therefore the only options in front of them are either the surrender of the indigenous population and or the elimination of the indigenous population, either through genocide or expulsion. Okay, ethnic cleansing. There's no third option. So once we do this, it becomes easier to analyze. It's not anymore the person of Netanyahu or the person of Trump, or are they crazy and they're crazy, acts, and they're irrational and so forth. Sometimes I say these things also, but truly, there's nothing irrational about what Trump is doing once you understand the strategic goal of the state, which is to remain the hegemon. Okay, and he doesn't have much options. It's not like the world is, or the rest of the players on the planet that he's trying to subdue are like 30 years behind them technologically or economically. No, they're at the doorstep of being equal, if not surpassed already, right? Like China economically, for instance, right? So now, one thing I would say is that while the statement here that we read from claiming that there's a difference in the positionality of the US and Israel, we also just saw yesterday the arrival of the Minister of Defense of Saudi Kingdom to Iran, where he met with his counterparts and he met with the Ayatollah, the supreme leader in Iran. And they're saying they want to have friendly military relations, and so while they are supplying the bombardment of Yemen, and the bases of Saudi are used to bombard Yemen, which the Americans are telling the Iranians that this is a test on if we can destroy the bases of the Yemenis in their mountains, if that will show us if we can destroy them in Iran's mountains, right? So it's, again, you see how propaganda is played probably behind the door. The Saudis sitting with the Iranians told them, hey, We just killed, meaning the imperialist axis has killed Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah and destroyed much of Hezbollah, killed the leadership of Hamas, have taken down Syria. We're going to take down Yemen. Why don't you make a deal before we come for you? Maybe this is, you see, don't believe everything we see on the media. We have to understand what's happening behind. And I think we're going to continue on this path of the war because the US has no other options because it wants to remain the hegemon.
I accept that. I do accept that. And I think you're right that it wants to remain a hegemon. We are retreating from the world, though. Like us pulling troops out of Europe. Vance telling Europe, hey, we don't want you to be vassals. Okay, well, that's amazing because we have wanted Europe to be vassals for the last 50, 60 years. Trump trying to settle, well, I don't know what he's trying to do in Ukraine, so put that to the side. I guess my point is Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump, first and foremost. He cares about himself. And getting bogged down into a war in the Middle East that is 3 times larger than Iraq is not in his interests. It's not in his presidency's interests, and it's not in our interests as a country. I agree with you that the U.S. wants to remain a hegemon. We have screwed that up royally by attacking Ukraine. Meaning us, and I know I'm pivoting slightly, but I'm still talking about Iran. What we did in pushing Ukraine into that war and us putting all of our resources into it, having Europe dump all of their resources, all of the money, all the weapons, guns, and everything else, that notion of supremacy got dented severely because people could see the US and NATO, after 50 years of aiming against Russia or aiming against Soviet Union, a much larger, target than a singular Russia, lost. And they lost on an international stage where everybody could see it. They didn't have the power to do what they wanted to do. That is humiliating. And that puts this dent in this idea of, the end of history. To your point, many of those countries have caught up militarily, economically. And so now you're looking at Iran, where Netanyahu, for all of these years, have wanted to attack Iran. Iran's going to get a bomb. Iran's going to get a bomb. And let's be honest, the bomb is a stalking horse, just like weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Now they're using the same nonsense for Iran. I think they realize that that country is strong enough to bite, meaning that shit would hurt, and hurt in a way that is not to our benefit, regardless of what Netanyahu wants. Netanyahu doesn't care about the United States. Netanyahu cares about the U.S. only in line of what he can get out of it. I would imagine Trump has to know that. And Gabbard, Vance, who seem to, even behind the scenes, have a sense of, okay, maybe we shouldn't do this invasion. Maybe we shouldn't, meaning they err on a particular side of stuff. Whereas I agree with the other people are lunatics. And so, oh man, I agree and I disagree because I understand where you're coming from. It's like, look, it's not about how these people feel. The country has a trend line in the way that the country goes. And regardless of who the players are, they go in a particular direction. Agreed. I agree with that. But not entirely.
Let's look at the 2 goals together, okay?
Yeah.
So can the United States remain the hegemon if Israel ceases to exist as a fascist colony?
No. Well, but see, Israel is not under threat like that. They're creating these threats.
But no,
like
the main purpose of the existence of Israel
is to expand.
Okay, not only to expand, actually, the number 1 reason for the existence of Israel, in the eyes of the imperialists, including the British before that and the French before them also, whatever, is that Israel will be a open wound that is also geographically dissects the Arabic world, doesn't allow it to have a land continuity, and kind of swallows up the Arabic world in eternal war, forever war, that doesn't allow the Arabic people to ever be able to merge, unify, and use their resources to build their society in a way that could compete. Okay, because if the Arabs are, even just half of the Arab countries are unified, specifically in that corner between Iraq and Egypt, that means control of the most important waterways in the world and half of the oil of the world and what have you, and the Arabic people would be ruling the planet because of geography, not because we're better or anything. Geography forces everybody to pass through our territories to do trade. Okay, geography says that we have the oil, and if there's no more oil and gas, we will have the solar panels that are going to power the whole planet. You know, so the minute Israel ceases to exist, there will be immediately a rise of an Arabic pole that will compete and will be in the most important geographic position on the planet. So its purpose is to continue to beat down Arabs over and over and over so they never put their head up.
No, I accept that. But that's secondary to whether or not the U.S. wants to embroil itself. Look, we are $36 trillion in debt. We're spending $2 trillion a year. And the notion of us, George Bush spent $10 trillion on that war in Afghanistan and Iraq and got nothing out of it. And so it's like, does he really want to drag himself and get embroiled for Israel into a war that has unpredictable consequences? Like, that's what I mean. Like, I accept your premise in the sense of these are strategic concerns that happen over the course of years and the way that they affect and operate, regardless of the president who's there. These are strategic concerns. Agreed. But you send Rubio to do that, not Witkoff, if that's the case. And
you remember you brought up the idea Flynn had of 7 countries in 5 years or whatever it is. Okay, so think about it this way: the stages that happened. I'm gonna mix 2 things. Maybe it's gonna be a little bit of a rant here.
Go for it. Right on.
So there's the first idea that the Muslim philosopher Ibn Khaldun tells us who is the most important philosopher in Islamic history, and he's the father of evolution, not Darwin. He wrote evolution theory perfectly 1,000 years before Darwin. Point is, he took the idea of the rise and fall of dynasties in terms of families and the rise and fall of states and empires, and he proved that there is an issue of 3 generations that everybody who wants to have a dynasty or an empire should understand. First generation is the hungry ones, the ones that don't have anything, the most masculine and so forth, and they take over. Let's say somebody is a nobody becomes a important tradesperson, important whatever it is, musician, billionaire, whatever. The second generation that comes after them, they have not lived the experience of coming from nothing to build this, okay? But they've seen it happen, So that's the son of or the daughter of the father of the dynasty, and or the son of the emperor or whatever it is. So they can maintain the glory of the dynasty or the empire. By the third generation, they haven't lived the experience of building from nothing. They haven't seen it happen in their eyes, so the descent starts. So this is, and he's proven, Ibn Khaldun is right. And they teach this, by the way, in statesmanships. And so the trying to escape the curse of the third generation, the United States right now is living the third generation since the beginning of its empire. The empire starts at the end of World War II. They have taken over all of the planet, save for the Soviet Union. Second generation, the 80s, and now we're living the third generation. The deterioration of the empire is for everybody to watch, and the United States is trying to, pass this curse, go through it and alive and continue to be an empire, right? And the examples of having Biden and Trump as the only options of elections,
Perfect examples. Yeah.
that's an example of the decay, right,
Yeah.
of the dynasty, of the empire. It's not like, oh, wow, the US by accident did this. No, this is what was going to happen. This is the best a dying empire can put forward, right? And the other thought that mixes with this is that those who came up with this idea of the war on terror and taking down 7 countries in 5 years understood this. And the only way you can escape the curse of the 3 generations is if you can rejuvenate or build a new empire with a new generation. And all this talk about trans rights and LGBTQ and so forth. Again, Ibn Khaldun in his theory talks about how the first generation is the most vicious, most masculine. And by the 3rd generation in an empire or a dynasty, they're looking inwards, they're talking about their feelings, they're talking about their genitals and the feelings in their genitals. He talks like this about this, right? And while they're talking about their genitals and their feelings, there is hungry hordes at the gates of the extremes of the empire, like on the places like in Yemen and Palestine, right? That are getting ready to come and eat your flesh while you're looking at your genitals, right? This is what we're seeing. So Trump and starting from Bush, Bush Jr., they were trying to break this curse of the 3rd generation. And they tried to rush, and it didn't work. This is why you see now Trump and Hexis and all of these, they're pushing masculinity. We need to remasculinize our horde. Okay? Sorry about that rant.
No, I think you're right. Like, you can look at it in a man builds a company, self-made, self-made. He has a kid. The kid takes over the company. The 3rd kid screws it up, right? Like, he hasn't seen it. He hasn't lived that life. The constituent parts that made the guy who he was, it's not present in the 3rd kid. And you can even see it in countries like, accept your point. Like, I would go back to the start of the country. And you have people with these ideas in their minds of, this is what we want to do. This is what America is, and everything else. And by the time you get to our generation, they don't have those feelings. It's avarice. It's, what can I take? What can I extract? What can I get out of it? I accept the point. I don't entirely disagree with you on this. I do get it. I do think there is a component of self-interest that's built into what these people do, even beyond the strategic interests. And they can dovetail where both fall in line, like George Bush, the war on terror. In his mind, this is great for us. We're going to get the oil, we're going to drive up prices, we're going to do all this stuff. For Trump, bombing Yemen for him, has no cost. Like, they're not going to hit us back. We can move our ships out, we can bomb them without cost. Continuing to go after Russia and having a nuclear war, there's a cost. You don't want to do that. Going after Iran has a cost. Like, Iran is sufficiently capable of biting us in the ass and doing so in a way that is radically unpredictable. And so whereas, Netanyahu may want to do it because in Netanyahu's mind, the US will fight the war, just like they fought the war in Iraq. We'll back away. We'll let them do it. Trump has a different responsibility. So I don't disagree with you. I agree with you on everything you just said there, with one tiny exception of self-interest does matter in regards to how these people see themselves and how they see how they're going to be viewed, their political careers, all of that stuff. And look, he may end up bombing them anyway, right? Like, the negotiations could break down. We have no idea what's in Witkoff's mind or what's in Trump's mind in regards to what he's willing to do. I am darker on this than some of the people I've talked to. I think you may be a little bit darker than me on this one. Laith, man, I always appreciate these conversations. I always learn something in these conversations. And I think the audience loves it. We have a really good crowd here, even early in the morning. Thank you for this. Honest to
Great
God,
to be
man.
with you, Jamar. I'll talk to you soon, inshallah.
Absolutely. Laith Marouf, he's award-winning multimedia producer, media policy law consultant focused on issues of liberation and decolonization from indigenous nations to Arab peoples and building broadcasting capabilities to misrepresented and underrepresented communities around the world. You can find him on Free Palestine TV, correct, Laith?
Yes, on freepalestine.video is the website. You can watch all our reporting from the ground in Lebanon and Palestine.
Please be safe. Check him out. This conversation is just a minute bit of what you get out of him. He's fantastic. Thank you, Laith. I appreciate this.
Thank you. See you soon.
You too. Have a good one. Oh, I appreciate that. I always appreciate those conversations. Conversations are more interesting when there's something in it that you quibble with, if that makes sense. Like, it's one thing to just agree. It's another thing where you're like, I understand where you're coming from. I get the point. But, and you can talk. The talking gives more clarity in a way that, just agreeing can't. Shout out to Laith. I appreciate that conversation. Like even yesterday with Wilmer, I appreciated that conversation. I would tell you, doing the show is far more interesting to me when I'm talking to people where A, I can learn something from. B, we get each other, and in the context of getting each other, still find things where there's slight variation. Because it's one thing, let's say, for example, if I bring on Steve Gill and I are just going to disagree. We may not even agree on what reality is. And so it's like, okay, we have two competing points of view, neither of which mesh in regards to what they're talking about. They may be pleasant to each other, but nothing meshes. Okay, that doesn't really help. The more interesting conversations that I've seen, let's say, for example, fights politically, take place on the left, where two people on a similar political spectrum are going at each other over a very particular point. And, I would imagine Laith and I would have disagreements on a few things, but I get where he's coming from. In the context of getting where he's coming from, those conversations are much more interesting. I don't know. I just appreciate it. Sabrina should be here momentarily. At least I hope she is. Okay, she says she's running 5 minutes behind. No issue. Good. So she's going to be here shortly. She's another good person to really have conversations with that I look forward to. I want you to see something. This is Trump going after Jerome Powell. Trump going after Jerome Powell. And why is Trump going after Jerome Powell? Trump is going after Jerome Powell because Jerome Powell tepidly, ever so tepidly, pointed out that there's going to be inflation as a result of Trump's policies. Now, the market is collapsing around us. The dollar is dropping to like 8.5%. Everything that you buy is more expensive. He is in a trade war that he can't extricate himself from. Him trying to browbeat other countries into falling in line with the United States on this at the expense to isolate China has not been all that successful. So Powell is underplaying this. And yet Trump is still coming out saying this.
Get it there real fast, believe me.
On Jerome Powell, you said that the termination of Jerome Powell cannot come fast enough. He says he won't leave even if you ask him to.
Oh, he'll leave. If I ask him to, he'll be out of there. But I don't think he's doing the job. He's too late, always too late, a little slow, and I'm not happy with him.
Well, Trump's not happy with him because the economy is falling apart around us as a result of his policies. And he's like, I need him to cut rates. I need him to cut rates. The dollar is falling. The dollar is collapsing. The market is collapsing. I need him to cut rates. And Powell's not doing it. Sabrina, welcome to the show. I was going into that with the audience because, as I keep pointing out, Jerome Powell is underplaying it. As a Fed chair, he doesn't want to be hyperbolic because he doesn't want the markets to collapse. We run on faith, the economic system. And if Powell comes out and says, the world is falling apart, everything is on fire. Okay, the market would collapse, even worse. And so Powell's like, there may be inflation. Dude, you're talking about A, a recession, B, I would argue stagflation. The dollar has depreciated in value. Imports and exports have dropped precipitously. 9% of our economy travel has dropped, fell off of a cliff. Like, you have all of these key economic indicators. We are literally in a trade war with China. The tariffs are going to make everything much more expensive. So not only is the dollar weaker, but things are more expensive. And Powell is like, there may be inflation. No shit, Sherlock. Sabrina, welcome to the show. That's a long intro. How you doing? You doing okay?
I'm doing great. Good morning, Jamal.
Good morning. And just so people will know, Sabrina Salvati, she is a Boston-based activist, leftist, and podcaster. She has a fantastic show, by the way. Watch her segments. I marvel at how good you are with this. She's a member of Revolutionary Blackout Network, a Black-led multi-network and co-op everyday people, activists, and allies focused on empowering communities through education, organization, and direct action. Yeah, your show is fantastic.
Oh, thank you, Jamal. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You have a great cadence in the way that you are able to, how can I say it, encapsulate a story, if that makes sense. Like, I notice when I do, this is inside baseball, and this has nothing to do with what we're supposed to be talking about, but I'll say it anyway. I'll give you your flowers while you're here. You have a great way of being able to hit a story, encapsulate that story in a way where it's a self-contained thing before moving on to another story, while also bringing in the audience, engaging with the chat, and keeping it moving. I don't do that. I have this tendency to blur. Like, even when I try not to, I'm trying to just sit in the box. I'm going to cut this. It's going to move. It doesn't work that way. You do fantastic.
Oh, thank you. Well, part of that is due to my producers. Like, it's due to Eric and Corey. They help me a lot in the background. That really does make a big difference. I'm not kidding. Like, before I had a producer, I found myself like fumbling with things quite some time. But I think I've had a lot of practice. I mean, I did study broadcast journalism in undergrad, so I've had a little bit of practice. But thank you so much, and I love your show.
Well, thank you. By the way, 50K. This is a 50K show. I've hit 50K last night.
I called it. I called it. In fact, I was talking to my comrade JB Fawn about this, and I said Jamal Thomas is going to hit 50K pretty soon. Soon. You've been killing it.
I've been trying. Early mornings, consistent, day in and day out. It's like, just get up, 5 a.m. Just get up, do it, do the news. But no, I'm glad that you're here. Guess who have come out the woodwork? One, Joe Biden. Joe Biden's come out the woodwork. And Joe Biden came out, gave a speech on Social Security and some other items. I guess he was kind of vaguely talking about Trump deporting, like just disappearing people to El Salvador. That's a whole nother story with the court case. And the appeals court effectively saying, it is shocking the level of mendacity that is coming out of your White House. And the other judge effectively saying, I may hold you in contempt. That's astonishing, right? It's a constitutional issue. But Biden is more interesting to me. Well, he is interesting to me, not more interesting. Biden comes out, gives a speech. He comes out of the woodwork to give this speech. And the wild part about it is Joe Biden, probably more than anybody else, is responsible for Trump even being in the office, for Joe Biden to come out and yell at Trump. And, it goes in a few fronts. A, he didn't want to get out the race. B, he chained Kamala Harris to his campaign. Like, what did he say? No daylight, kid. No daylight. Like, basically, you are with me. You're going to defend my legacy. Even if you lose, you're going to defend my legacy. And let's be clear, Obama, at least according to the behind the scenes, his whisper campaign was to push Joe Biden out. And when it came down to it for Joe Biden to leave, there was a speech that Joe Biden was going to give. Clyburn has a conversation with him. And Clyburn's like, dude, you got to put Kamala Harris in the speech. Joe Biden decides, I'm going to put Kamala Harris in the speech. So Obama's plan of having a fight at the convention was blown away when Joe Biden effectively said, I want Kamala Harris to be my next pick. Fait accompli. And so he is probably more responsible. You can argue Kamala Harris just because of the way she ran her campaign is her choice. Fair enough. But he has deep, deep responsibility in this, right? And Democrats broadly. Democrats came out against him doing that, by the way. Karen Finney, in where is this, in Reuters, where Karen Finney effectively says, right here, the Democratic strategists and many Democrats are concerned that Biden's appearance will distract from political economic blowback Donald Trump is triggering with his trade war with China and imposing tariffs on countries. Quote, we are finally beginning to see cracks in the armor in terms of Trump's policies, Finney said. You don't want to become a lightning and distract from Trump, and it could make it easy for Trump to change the subject to Joe Biden. So effectively, look, we don't want Joe Biden doing this. We prefer Joe Biden to just shut up and let Trump fail on its own. What that also means, though, is we are not getting involved either. We're not putting ourselves into it. We're not going to say anything. We're not going to go up with any substance. We are not going to present our own vision, our own project 2025 for the Democratic Party. We're not changing. We're not doing anything. Let them fail. That's an astonishing admission. Yeah, I mean, at least that's my take on it. How do you view this?
Yeah, I agree. I think part of this is because Joe Biden is still offended. I think he's still offended the way that everything went down. The coup that was created to get him out of the race. The book that recently came out that revealed what happened behind the scenes, that even Obama didn't want Kamala, which I think some of us had tried to forewarn people about. It's like Obama does not want Kamala Harris to be the nominee, which is why he wanted a primary. So it almost feels like Joe Biden is not going to let this go. There's that book. And then there's Jake Tapper wrote a book about this too, about Joe Biden, about how he ruined it apparently for Kamala Harris. So Joe Biden is very much offended. And I will say this, I think the Democratic Party as a whole is making a big mistake by just being silent, by not speaking out more against Trump's economic policies, right? Because people usually vote with their wallet. So to be quiet during this time is obviously a huge mistake. And I think, obviously you see Bernie Sanders and AOC, they are being more vocal about this, but I don't trust Bernie and AOC either. These two people will usher you right back into the same corporate Democrat Party. The DNC is not going to allow AOC to be the nominee. I think we all know this, right? And it's like, so I think that the general consensus from the Democratic Party is to your point, let's just let him fail. We don't have to come up with our own agenda for the people. Nope. We don't have to become a truly opposition party. We just need to let Donald Trump fail, and then we'll win midterms and we'll win in 2028 because people are seeing just how bad he is. And I just think that that's a big mistake. Like, even some of the people who voted for Donald Trump are venting about his economic policies. If you look at some of the small business owners, I played a video about this a couple of nights ago. There was a gentleman who owns like a beekeeping honey business. Yeah. He voted for Donald Trump. Very much is angry about the tariffs. He was talking about how expensive everything is now for his business. So to me, it just shows that the Democratic Party is not truly an opposition party.
Yeah. So I agree with you and I disagree with you. Mostly agree with you, but I'm going to get to the disagreement first. Yes, they want to just let them fail. I agree with you. They don't want to put up a policy. They're going with the Nancy Pelosi idea of, well, the people will come back. When they get tired of them, they come back to us. We don't have to do anything. They want to win in context, not just win. And what I mean by that is they want to win with certain metrics in place. So we still want to take a huge amount of money from the billionaires. So yeah, we want to make $1.5 billion in a campaign. That compels behavior. It forces them to not be a true opposition party in that sense, meaning you can't have an AOC who gets $1.5 billion because they're not going to give him $1.5 billion. You can't have a Bernie Sanders where they're going to give him $1.5 billion because the moment that he says, well, I want healthcare, education, I want to increase your taxes, we're out. We don't need healthcare. We don't need education. We don't need that stuff. And so the party who is trapped by that is like, we need to win with all of this stuff still remaining true. And if we say anything, we can't really put it out there. Like, meaning we can't be a true opposition force. I guess I'm agreeing with you. I don't think there's disagreement. A true opposition force. We can't do it. And so our best position is to just not say anything. Just let them fail. We can't give any substance. And the truth of the matter is, many of the things that they're complaining about, they did. Like the censorship regime that they're complaining about, Joe Biden had his own censorship regime. The papers just came out. I think Tulsi Gabbard released them, where he was fusing tech companies, searches in regards to what people are saying, military history, all of that stuff, and making discernments on individuals and people and how they get jobs in the government and everything else. This notion of disappearing people where we don't need the judiciary branch to do it. If you remember when Obama murdered those American citizens, and the argument that was coming out of the White House was, we don't need the judiciary branch to make a decision on whether or not we summarily execute American citizens. This is stuff that they were also guilty of, even though it might have cut in a different lens. And at the time, Democrats didn't care. And so it's like, okay, how are you being a true, full-throated opposition when you also are being hypocrites in the process of being a true, full-throated opposition? And we still want to get all that money. How can we get that money if we take on a true opposition, which will be a populist opposition? At least that's my take on it.
Yeah. Well, it was a mistake for the Democratic Party to rely on that money in the first place. Right. So I think that if the Democratic Party wanted to be a truly opposition party, they would have to be grassroots funded. They would have to say, we're not going to take corporate money. We're not going to take lobby money from, of course, AIPAC, right? Like that's a big one. We're not going to take lobby interests. We're not going to take corporate money. And we're just going to have free elections, grassroots. And we all know that this can be done, right? Because Bernie Sanders did this, like squad members did this. We know it can be done. So that is how they would win against the Republican. Like, honestly, if they were to say we're done with corporate money, then you could see things actually, in my opinion, if they had control of the House and the Senate, then you could see things pass for working class people. Then we wouldn't have to sit here and talk about, are we going to raise the minimum wage? I mean, the minimum wage hasn't been increased since 2009. That's insane when you think about it. So we wouldn't have to worry about that. But because they choose to maintain the status quo, and I believe that's what the Democratic Party does, I believe that being a liberal is maintaining that status quo. You want some reforms, but you don't really want to break the system. Because they still want to do that, this is why a lot of people stayed home, Jamal. This is why a lot of people stayed home last year. They're like, look, I'm tired of this. I don't feel like participating in this election at all.
And I don't get anything out of doing so. That's the other part. Like, I've spoken to people. I work 2 jobs. What is the point of voting? They don't see the connection between, okay, I'm giving you my vote versus what you're doing in Congress or what you're doing that's a benefit to my life. The one thing, the big thing that Joe Biden did to me was the $300 to kids. I love that policy. I give him credit for that, because if you live in a society, you're stuck with this basic fact that kids grow up. And how those kids grow up is going to dictate what those kids are going to be, how they're going to be, what they're going to think, all of those things. All of those things are being programmed into that kid as a child. Having more resources is obviously better for the well-being of that child and have a better chance of growing up. It's almost like Social Security for kids. They got rid of it less than a year. And so it's like, okay, so you do something good and then you take it away. I would tell you, if people were getting that, when they went to the voting booths, they would have thought, Joe Biden gave me that. But they don't have that connection. And to your point, being able to say, we're raising the minimum wage, we're making your life better, we're doing material things to make your life better, you will get those votes. The Democratic Party held, the House of Representatives for nearly 50 years straight, up until Bill Clinton gets in office. Third-way Democrats, and then it goes sloshing back and forth, back and forth. People couldn't entirely see a difference. So And to back up your point also, Sanders and AOC has been running around the country, and I don't understand why, frankly. He's not running for office. There's not going to be an election for 3 years, and yet they're getting like 40,000 people at these crowds. But if you're talking about the Democratic Party itself, the guy who they want to put up, it's this guy.
It looked like they were quarter Oscar. Question: who is going
That
to
guy.
fight this for the
Rahm
Democrats? Congresswoman,
That is the guy who they are thinking about putting up. So regardless of Sanders and AOC, who they're instinctually going to, is Rahm Emanuel, Hillary Clinton in pants. Just amazing. Like, it's so out of touch. The level of out of touchness is shocking to me.
Rahm Emanuel, for those who are not aware, he closed over like 40 schools in Chicago.
Yep.
A lot of them in black neighborhoods. Like, this guy is awful. He supported the Iraq War. I mean,
I'm sorry,
crazy.
please.
It's crazy. Obama wants Westmore, and I've spoken to family members in Maryland, and people aren't happy with Westmore either. Like that's the thing. Like, people need to know, people are not happy with some of these governors that people like Barack Obama says he wants to run for president.
Mm-hmm. One of the issues that is close to your heart that I often don't get the opportunity to talk about here, but let's talk about it. What is the name of reparations? Reparations. Now, there are, I guess, varying competing ideas on this. Well, you have American descendants of slaves. That's one. You have some people who talk about reparations just in general. Anytime that it's in the political branch, they're like, we need to study it. We need to think about it. And we need to do the research on it. 5 years later, we're still doing the research on it. Give me a take on this. When Sanders ran the first time around, this was one of the issues that came up. And I remember, I think this was years ago, and I was like, obviously this is money we're owed, it's not coming from, it wasn't like there was a 5,000-year-old vampire somewhere that had a slave. It's the US government that made a policy, and that policy put people in chains and didn't compensate them for the fact of the labor that they were doing. That money is owed. It's not a gift. You're not giving it to anybody. However, politically, it is radioactive. And if you are, and I'm making this case because this is the argument that will be made against it, that if you have a program of something like a Medicare for all, increase the minimum wage, expansion of Social Security, that the people who are at the bottom of the economic scale are immediately uplifted by definition, even with free college, that even though these are universal programs, the people who are in most need benefit the most because those are universal programs, like they don't have. And so by virtue of giving them in the sense of these programs, they're better off. Those are easier and more popular to get across than something like affirmative action that would be somewhat politically toxic. There's going to be a white guy somewhere saying, who's poor, that don't seem fair to me. In which case you're going to get 50% of the country flipping out. These Negroes are getting money for free from the government. They're going to lose their minds. Give me your take against that argument, because that is going to be the argument. I swear to God, that's going to be the argument. And by the way, that was the argument I made back then, even though I would still say that money is old. It's obvious. It's old. Give me a take.
Yeah. Well, there have been candidates that have had that as a part of their political platform. Mm-hmm. Marianne had that. Cornel West had that. Jill Snott. The Green Party does have that, for people who are not aware. The Green Party's had that a part of their platform for years. But I think the thing is this. I think it has to be a mixture of the two. I think you do need a platform that has those universal policies, but I also think you need to pay the debt that is owed, right? Yeah. So this is what we're looking at. 2050 right now, it is predicted that Black wealth will be at $0. When I say Black, I mean collectively as a community, because we really don't own anything. There are Black individuals that own businesses, but we don't, as a community collectively, we don't, right? We are at the bottom, and we've stayed at the bottom. So when we implement those universal policies, yes, that will lift all boats, but we'll still be at the bottom. Yeah. And I think people need to look at that and take it for what it's worth. When you look at the cost of living increase in this country, right, which is continuing to increase, the cost of housing, I was talking about this last night, how people can't get ahead because the rent is too high or because home prices are astronomical right now. It's just ridiculous. You're talking about not being able to have home ownership. That's a part of your net worth. Your net worth is what you own minus what you owe. Let's talk about the O part. We tend to have more debt. That's another thing. We're more likely to take out financial aid if we go to college, not because we want to, but because we just don't have that generational wealth there. There's a whole bunch of other things that go into this as well. I think that what people have to understand is that reparations doesn't just help Black people, though. That would help the whole economic infrastructure of this country. And I want to explain why. If that money was paid, the debt that is owed, if that money was paid, that money is going to go back into the economy. Because now all of a sudden, if you could not afford to buy a home, now you're going to buy a home. Right. So that's going to help out with generational wealth. But again, that money is going back into the economy. Right. So in a way, everybody benefits from it. I know there's a lot of people that don't agree with it, but I also think the reason a lot of people don't agree with it is because they don't understand what it means. I hear a lot of people say it's a handout, it's a free. No, it's a debt that's owed. Imagine if you worked for 2 weeks straight and you didn't get paid. It's think of it that way. There was also the promise from General Sherman, which was 40 acres and a mule. These things didn't happen. This is why we don't have anything. And as you see now, and I just started a documentary about this, our neighborhoods are being rapidly gentrified in the country. This is happening all across the US, right? So now, not only do we not own anything collectively as a community, but now we're being pushed out of our own communities because of private equity, because of mayors choosing to side along with real estate, with developers. The people in these neighborhoods have no control over that. They have no way to say, no, don't take my home. So this is happening all across the country. And I think, we need more people to speak out for that. When you look at the things that have happened, and I know a lot of people say it's just slavery. It's not just slavery. It's Jim Crow. It's redlining. It's, the things that have been done specifically to the Black community. I was just talking about this a couple of nights ago, and this was the article from Whitney Webb. I'm not sure if you read her new article yet. It's the connection between Diddy and Epstein. So Whitney Webb made that connection and she released part 1. And one of the things that she reveals in that article is just how the CIA was putting drugs into the Black community and how these record labels were working to support the private prisons. Like this is, again, that was
the drugs thing. I didn't know about the private prisons thing.
Yes. Like that was Black communities, and they were using record labels such as like MCA, right? Such as like Death Row. And those record labels were connected to mob ties that were connected to businessmen that wanted to develop private prisons. So we literally have not just a debt that is owed, but you even had businessmen working together with the mob, working together with record companies to take down Black communities. That's a big problem. So this is one of the reasons why I've been saying for a long time, you have to get rid of private prisons. Like this is a whole cycle, a whole like profit for like 4 different groups of people, and they're using Black people to do it.
Private prisons shouldn't exist in general. That is grotesque.
But this goes all the way up the chain. I mean, it's just, and people, for example, people are pointing fingers at Diddy and Epstein. People need to understand they're not the head of the snake. These are the fall guys. The other people, Clive Davis, these people are still out there. So these people have been exploiting, these people have been taking advantage of the Black community for years, and they use other Black people to do it. That is a problem. Bringing the drugs into the community was meant to destroy the community. And so these things need to be discussed and need to be talked about. I do not see us as a community gaining any type of wealth distribution or improving that if that debt is not paid. We're already behind. Like I said, when you compare us to other groups in this country that have been towards the bottom, they have improved. We have been at the bottom and we have stayed at the bottom.
Yeah.
You even have now, Donald Trump wants to remove some of the history about slavery from the museums, from the Black museums. They don't even want you to know what happened.
I saw that.
And who are they protecting?
It's like it makes white people feel bad. I would wager to you that is in his mind. It makes white people feel bad. We don't like to see those things. I agree with everything that came out of your mouth, and you're absolutely right about all of it. I remember seeing this stat where they pointed out Black wealth versus white wealth, and it was like Blacks had like 14,000 and whites had like 150,000. That skew is astonishing. Like that is a mind-blowing stat. And it's not that Black people are somehow different than other people. The situation is different. Like how they came into the country, like you said, redlining, Jim Crow, being kept out of certain jobs, kept out of certain professions. Like all these things were structural. And if you grow up in that, again, how kids grow up is how those kids turn out. And it is very difficult. Like if you ever watched the Bill Cosby show, and you have Bill Cosby as a doctor, like Claire as a lawyer, the life of those kids is fundamentally different than the life of a kid growing up in a dirt poor home. And a lot of that stuff is implicit. Like they don't have to say be a doctor. They don't have to say be a lawyer. It's there, it's ingrained in them. Just when they wake up in the morning, my dad's a doctor, my mom's a lawyer. They go on trips, so they see the world. Their view of the world is different. Their ability to go to college, like they fundamentally see the world differently. It's not their race, it's their context that they're growing up in. And you put all of these other people in this completely screwed up context because of the way they were brought into this country, the way they were cut loose. You're now free slaves. Have at it. Have fun. We're going to have Reconstruction. Oh, no, we're not. We're going to claw it back. Like, these are periods that people went through that they had to live through going all the way up to like the 80s. And so it's not shocking that how we turn out is how we turn out versus other groups. The other groups didn't have to deal with that. So I agree with you. Again, it's a debt that's owed. I agree with the argument. I just don't know how you do it. It's like that's the gap for me. It is a true thing. Everything, your entire argument. How you make it done politically is the catch. I'm sorry.
I recommend talking to Dr. Sandy Darity, who wrote the book From Here to Equality, because he breaks this down. Also in that book, which is really interesting, he explains that this is the reason why baby bonds and canceling student loan debt will not close that gap. And I think that's important for people to read too, because he does the data all behind that. And I think people need to see those numbers. People need to see that let's just cancel student loan debt. That doesn't close the racial wealth gap. So
What
people need
bonds,
to
by the way?
understand it.
I don't know what those are.
So baby bonds were something that I feel was a little bit more popular back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't hear about people doing this today, but it was something that Cory Booker had a part of his presidential campaign in 2020, where he was like, how about we just give people baby bonds? I think it's just like basically like money, I guess that's stashed away for a child. And then I think I'm not 100%, but the way that Dr. Darity explained it is that even that still wouldn't close the racial wealth gap, because again, we're already at the bottom. It's kind of like this. This is what I want people to think about. If me and Jamal had, let's do it this way. If me and Jamal were given $10, like both of us got $10, but Jamal already had 50 and I had 30. Yeah, both of our boats are being lifted, but I'm still at the bottom. It's the best way I can explain it.
Yeah. I mean, you can never catch up.
No.
By the way, there's a conceptual part of that too, by the way. Like when you hear Trump supporters say, "I want my country back," and you hear it all the time, it's like, dude, what are you talking about? I want your country back. I think what they're talking about is if you think of society as a gradient, and you think to yourself, okay, well, whites have been at the top of that gradient for the entirety of the country, and blacks were somewhat at the bottom. But let's say blacks move up to 5 on that gradient of 1 to 10. Okay, well, we've moved up to 5. There's still a 5-point gap. From our point of view, okay, we're still at the bottom. From their point of view, hey, you're catching up. You're too close. I'm not at the stature that I was. I don't have the relative power that was there prior when you were at 1 or when you were at 0. I want my country back. That's also a conceptual part of that I think is a hedge. Look, and again, I agree with the entire premise of the argument. I'm just pointing out this is what is going to be in people's minds as that gap gets closed. And to your
And
other
why
point,
and why are they so afraid of that gap being closed?
power.
There you go.
It's power. How much power and clout do you have in the context of a country versus how much power and clout do you have in a country? Okay, well, you've closed that gap to 5. That's too much. You've closed the gap to 7. That's too much. It becomes that. Even though it's to the benefit of everybody. Like the notion that I don't have money to put into the economy, the speed of money is the point that you were making. If you give me money, I'm putting it immediately into the economy because there are things that I need. I need to eat. I need food. I need shelter. I might get a house. If I get a house, I need to buy furniture for that house. Okay, all of that money is stuff being bought that other people are effectively getting, going into tax dollars and everything else. It's a benefit to the economy. It's not a detriment to the economy. They don't see it that way. And that's unfortunate. That's super unfortunate. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I would look up Dr. Sandy Doherty because and that was part of one of the reasons I was excited to bring you on because I wanted to have the conversation. I remember you said on your show, nobody ever talks about it. And I was like, this would be great to talk about. As soon as you said it, I was just in my mind was this would be great to talk about.
And
Okay.
I just want to say to people who are not aware, during the time, the civil rights movement was not popular. And not only was
That's
it
right.
unpopular for among white people, my grandparents told me there were black people that were not happy with what Dr. King and civil rights activists were doing.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind.
Was going for the Vietnam War and he went against it. He was like, why is this Negro talking about the Vietnam War? How dare he? Stick with those black issues. Like, we look at that stuff in this kind of mythical way. Like, it's like you're looking at Hitler. He doesn't seem like a real person. He seems like something else. We look at King that way. Like he's not a real person. But I remember if you listen to James Baldwin, and James Baldwin talks about some of that stuff, it is fascinating. I went through this thing while I was binging King speeches, James Baldwin speeches. They are fascinating. And I remember Dr. King one time said how things weren't changing fast enough because he was politically connected at a certain point. And he was telling these people that things were going to change, et cetera, things were changed fast enough. And this kid says something to him out the way. And he said he goes home feeling some kind of way like, Dr. King, this kid's talking to me like this and blah, 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 blah. And he's sitting down on the bed. And to me, that was one of the most fascinating things to read because it made you realize he's a person. He feels some kind of way, right? He has an ego. He has a sense of himself. And this kid is bad-mouthing me. And I feel some kind of way about that kid bad-mouthing me. And then he thought about it. He's like, that kid has a point, though. This isn't moving fast enough. But it's the fact that, like anybody as a real person, he, has a sense of self. How dare that kid talk to me like this? I'm fascinated by that stuff. Sabrina, thank you for this. By the way, before I let you go, are there any issues that you want to hit that have been churning in you? I'm starting to ask my guests this because sometimes they have better topics than I do when we talk about this stuff.
The Harvard thing, I will say, and I did a breakdown of this. I think a lot of people don't understand. So I worked in higher ed for over 10 years, and I do just want to explain something. I'm seeing a lot of people say Harvard University has a large endowment? Why are they getting funds from the federal government?
Right.
So Harvard has the largest endowment, right? So I think that people have to understand what an endowment is. An endowment, that's donations. It's like if I had a GoFundMe, when I do my when I'm fundraising for like mutual aid for whatever, right? You may have donated $100. Okay, I have that $100 in Spot Fund or GoFundMe. I'm getting ready for the event. I can withdraw that money and get the items I need for the event. Well, endowments don't work like that. It's not money that you can just reach into when you lose funding somewhere else. And I think that's
I
what
didn't
people
know
don't
that.
understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way that money moves around at universities is it can be mind-boggling. And for those of us who work there, we used to ask these same questions, like, you guys get all this money, but you can't do this, blah, blah, blah. So unfortunately, with endowments, you can't just reach into that money and say, I'm going to take 1 million from our $1 billion endowment, and I'm going to use that to replace the funds that Donald Trump is withholding from the federal government. That's not how it works. And there are restrictions on endowments. So that's a big part of that. Just wanted to explain that to people. But the other thing is, I think people need to understand that some of these federal funds actually help pay for PhD student stipend, like the NIH fellowship, right? Like the National Institute of Health fellowship. A lot of these students that they're PhD students, they're awarded a stipend because that is their job. As a PhD student, that's your full-time thing. You don't have time to get another job. So they're giving you that stipend, which isn't a lot of money, despite what people may think. They give you that stipend from the NIH, right? And I think people need to understand that that money comes from the federal government. So when Donald Trump tells these universities, put Harvard aside for a second, but any of the universities that he's like venting to, when he tells them, I'm going to withhold federal funding if you don't work harder to combat, anti-Semitism, which I think we know what this is all really about. That's going to impact those universities. It can also make a lot of the international students that those universities do depend on in order for their revenue to continue to grow. They may decide, you know what, I'm not dealing with all of that. I'm just going to stay home. I'm going to stay in my country and I'm going to attend college here. That's going to affect the economy. People need to know that a lot of these universities depend on international students, especially the undergrad international students, because their families have to show that they can pay all 4 years up front, because they don't qualify for financial aid. So some of these colleges have been depending on the international students to increase the revenue. So if they're not there, or that decreases, as I saw during the pandemic, that causes a problem. That means that the revenue is going to decrease. And then these universities start to do layoffs. During the pandemic, this happened. They started to lay, and staff is usually first. They started to lay off staff members because the enrollment numbers decreased because of the restrictions around the pandemic. So people didn't want to take the chance. When the enrollment numbers increase, the revenue coming into the universities also will decrease. So I think there's a whole science to all of this, and it is annoying. Maybe these universities shouldn't have been relying on money for the federal government, but those NIH fellowships and those research grants, that's what keeps those labs open at those universities. So some of these schools would be talking about having to shut down whole labs.
Wow, it's a brain drain also. I mean, if you think of nursing students coming from abroad, if you've ever been in a hospital, many of those nurses are from somewhere else. Oftentimes they're trying to give money to get nurses because they're so difficult to get. Okay, when you have the situation where people decide to not come to the country because they think the country is nuts, okay, that's a big deal. If you're talking about some of these PhD students who would stay and work at the behest of this country, okay, that's a big deal if they don't show up, if they don't come. You're talking about a brain drain out of the US from people talent that we were getting from all across the world that just don't show up. There's a clip of a guy, I think it was a woman, who gets deported out the blue, PhD student, because she had a phishing violation 4 years ago that they were using AI to effectively find anybody that they can deport. Okay, wife has kids, all of that stuff gone. That was a PhD student. Like when you hear stories like this, do you really think people are going to be more inclined to come or not? I did not know about the endowment thing. Thank you for that. Because I was like, I think I even said it's like, Jesus Christ, they got billions of dollars in endowment.
Yeah.
Why do they effectively need this? To your point, it's a big deal. And if you're talking about Colombia, which that kind of explains why Colombia knuckled under so quickly, Harvard, at the very least, Harvard is like, we're not buckling under this. We're taking you to court. We're having a fight in court over this. Oh, as an educator, and I guess this could be the last question. Give me your take on that. Like the notion that they are trying to wrong think, well, they're effectively saying there's a right way to think about this. And the reason is obvious. When you take a litmus test of the American public, for the first time, the majority dislikes what Israel is doing, and they think it's a bad actor. It's amazing to me that it took an entire genocide for them to come to that conclusion, considering this has been going on for 70 years, but okay, whatever. I suppose seeing women and children murdered day in and day out on social media had an effect on the American public. So the Biden administration, who was also, by the way, going after those campuses, even though they weren't disappearing people, okay, these are gradients. Trump is trying to now saying, okay, we need to stamp this out. And we need those universities to change the minds of the various people at those college campuses because these kids are freaking out. Kids are usually always the bulwark to the stuff. I mean, you can look at Kent State with that iconic picture of the woman screaming over a dead body where they effectively murdered, where they were shooting at students. Students are always the vanguard of the stuff. Now, always may be too strong, but has a history of it. And so he's going directly at it, full bore. Deportations. I don't care if you got a visa. I don't care if you got a green card. I don't care if you're a PhD student. We're kicking you out of the country. We're cracking down. We're going to try to take what was it? It was trying to take something else from Harvard in order to try to put more pressure on Harvard because Harvard said basically F off. As an educator, this is outrageous, right? I mean, I'm not insane on this.
I mean, guys, it's getting really scary to the point that they're trying to tell professors what they can teach. This is a college. Students pick the courses. You register for the courses that you want to register for, and you have some courses that are required as a part of your major. You guys know how this works. But the students can pick the courses that they want to attend. Notice how they're willing to move, and look at who they're willing to move for. Black students get harassed on campus all the time. You wouldn't believe some of the horror stories that I had to deal with as an advisor at these schools. Things that happened to Black students where they were just told just to let it go. Mm-hmm. You don't see our government move that way to protect Black students on campus. This is what I'm talking about. Pay very close attention to what's happening here, folks. And I've said this before. The biggest threat that we have right now is the threat to speech and censorship. And it's being done in different ways, whether it's through the universities, whether it's social media, whether it's, them choosing who they will allow in as press at the White House. And I know people who are independent media that did try to get press access at the White House and they were told no. And it's very obvious, even with that, they're looking for the conservative influencers, yes. Right? So this is the biggest thing. Like, if they take this away, what do we have left?
The First Amendment is first for a reason, right? I mean, it's there first for a reason. I'm going to let you go. But Europe and the way that Europe is freaking out, they don't have a First Amendment in Europe. And as I used to tell my ex-girlfriend, who's from Austria, she's from Europe, our amendments is a direct response to the nonsense y'all were doing. Like, that First Amendment is there because the king didn't want people saying stuff. And so there's like, speech is first. We need the ability to talk, to get something across and tell the government that they're effing it up. And if you lose that capability of telling the government they're effing it up, then you just got propaganda. And whether that's the Biden administration who decides, we're going to work with organizations to censor certain things we don't particularly like and get social media companies to go along with it, or whether that's Trump who's doing the same thing of disappearing people who say something on social media that he doesn't particularly like. It's the same thing. All of it is horrible. All of it is bad. People can make the argument, okay, well, what about Nazis on the thing? Okay, fair enough. That's a sticking point in the argument, right? That's always the boundaries of the argument. But we're not talking about the boundaries. We're talking about just regular speech that is often true. You can get it wrong, but the First Amendment allows for all of it. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Sabrina, Salvati, you are phenomenal. Definitely check out her show. She's awesome. So, Sabrina Salvati, she's a Boston-based activist, leftist, and podcaster. She's a member of the Revolutionary Blackout Network, a Black-led multicultural network and co-op of everyday people, activists, and allies focused on empowering communities through education, organization, and direct action. Thank you for this. You're awesome. I love your show. By the way, where can people catch your show?
You can find me on YouTube. It's Sabby Sabs. And you can find me over at Revolutionary Blackout Network.
Excellent. What time does it come on? It comes on at 8 o'clock, if I remember.
Oh, yeah. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and every other Sunday, typically in the evening.
Okay. Oh, you don't, for some reason I thought it was 8 o'clock. It's not a set time?
It is. So Tuesday is 7, Thursday and Friday is 8, and Sunday is 5.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That is a lot to keep up with. God bless you for doing so. You have a good one. Thank you for this.
Thanks, Jamal.
Bye-bye. She's awesome, and her show is fantastic. She goes through various segments where she does. So she has guests, but she also has segments. And she would go from segment to segment to segment on stories that are effectively taking place in the media. And she has the opportunity to talk to guests. She's great. She's really good. Let me go to the chat. Let's go to the chat. We're at 50,000 today. I credit you with that because Lord knows I couldn't do it on my own. You guys stayed with me through that first week. And I don't know how many people know how bad that first week went, but a train wreck is an understatement. Couldn't get the sound right. My collar was like this on the first show. It was rough. It was rough. Because keep in mind, when I first did my show, I had set everything up the way I wanted to do it. And then when I stopped doing it, and I go into a different place, going back to doing the show again, everything was off. And nothing worked right. And when you're doing radio, well, you have a producer. Well, we had two. They weren't great. They were lazy, but whatever. We had two. We had engineer. Andre was fantastic. All of that was set up for you. You came in, you sat down, you did the news. That was your job. You didn't have to do production. You didn't have to cut the clips. You didn't have to do any of that stuff. You had an entire team around you that was doing it. And you heard Sabrina, where she was like, I got producers. My producers handles that stuff. And then you start doing a one-man show. One-man show. Every day you get out and you dance for the audience. You take it off of the camera. And you get better at it. You start learning moves. You learn to twerk, learn to pop your ass. You learn to, cut the clips better. You learn to get the sound better. You have the audience members who gives you a heads up on, hey, your mic is backwards. Hey, this is off. Hey, that's misspelled. All of that stuff helps, right? And you get better over the course as you do it, and you feel more comfortable in the role as you do it. And you start feeling, okay, this is my job. This is what I do. Like you embody the thing that you're effectively doing. I know this is a lot of information, but fuck it. I'm at 50K. I'm going to say it. It's a process. But the beginning of that process is painful. It's just painful. Especially for me, because when it doesn't work right, I am brutally critical of myself in that. And it is like just humiliation. like on an epic, grand scale. If you find a picture of me on Instagram and I'm slapping my ass, which pictures are like that on Instagram, I don't really care. I'm a person, doesn't really matter. In the mornings when I'm getting ready for the show and I'm singing at the height of my lungs in the shower, and my neighbors are probably like, "What? Will you shut the fuck up?" Well, I do that because I need to get ready for the show. I don't care if my neighbors hear me. It doesn't bother me, right? I'm a person. These are things that's part and parcel to a person. Fucking up is different. That's different to me. Should have gotten it right. Should have got it right. When I fell for the cat, and it's like, you're like, and my mom was like, "Dude, as you say, shit happens." It's like, yeah, but that was an expensive thing happening. My point is, I appreciate all of you staying with me through that process up until the point for 50K. And I hope you will stay with me through that process to the point of 100K and infinity and beyond. The show will get better. The more resources the show has, the show will get better. At some point, I would hope to be like Sabrina and can afford a producer. That would be nice. But that's okay. It's a growing process. Right now, I'm living out of a suitcase. At some point, I'm going to settle down. I'm a leaf in the wind. And I suppose the point of settling down is when I get my sweet, studio pad, as I tend to set it up. But I guess my point is, you guys have been with me through all of it. And I appreciate it. Deeply, heartfelt appreciation. Yeah, 50K is mind-blowing to me. And I know for some people, if they have 50,000, they jump off of a roof. It's like, oh my God, 50K. Fuck it, life is over. I don't think that way. When I was playing chess, I felt the same way. Like, you're 13, 14 years old and you hit 1,500. And you're like, oh my God, I'm at 1,500. Then you hit 1,700. Oh my God, I'm at 1,700. Then you hit 2,000. And it's like, all right, I hit 2,000. Master level is next. Same thing. It's a process. Thank you. I'm going to the chat. Let's see. Who do we have? Damn it, I hit the wrong button. Who do we have? Matthew. What happens if France goes in and gets hit? France has gone in and France has gotten hit. They cannot acknowledge it. They can't acknowledge it. It's the same reasons that the Russians are not acknowledging that it's America that was dictating the war. If you acknowledge something, you're stuck with whatever you acknowledge. Because a government has a narrative. And if that narrative encompasses the Americans are running a war against Russia directly. Okay, well, you have people in your country, you have hardliners in your country that are going to want blood. And you're stuck with the fact that they want blood. And you are politically weakened if indeed you acknowledge that and don't do anything about it, so you don't acknowledge it. Now, what they would say is, these people are mercenaries. Okay, yeah, but from the Russian point of view, these mercenaries are working at the behest of these governments. They're not singletons in many cases. If you remember when the Russians hit that restaurant, who do you think was at that restaurant? These were NATO soldiers, people working with Ukraine that was using civilian shields, believing that Russia wouldn't hit that target. Russia hit that target. And then, as they were being taken out to the hospital, hit the hospital. They were making a point. When Mark Rutte went to Odessa recently, and when he leaves, they hit Odessa. They're making a point. When they hit that military ceremony in Sumy, with the thought that there were NATO people there working with Ukraine in some kind of ceremony, they hit it. Why do you think they're doing that? They're making a point. Their point is, if you come here, you will die. We will hunt you down and you will die. Full stop. There is no leeway in this argument. They don't have a choice. The reason they don't have a choice is because if you don't do that, it's a nose under the camel's tent. The moment that they say, Russians aren't going to hit us, bring in more, because you didn't hit the first few that came in, the Russians will hunt down whatever foreign troop, EU, coalition of the willing, reassurance force, whatever the hell they want to call them. They will hunt them down and they will kill each and every one of them. They will die. Full stop. The French cannot do shit about it. Either they acknowledge we are actively going into this war zone, in which case now you have an international incident where they just lose, or you do what they've been doing. These are mercenaries. These are not connected with the French government, even though many of them are NATO trainers, many of them might be soldiers, etc., under the notion of mercenaries. And if you remember, Figaro, early on in the conflict, said the Americans are on the ground in Ukraine. This was 3 years ago when that article came out. And nobody paid attention to that article. And I remember when we covered that article, it was kind of like a no duh, since from our point of view, we're putting all of this money into the war, and they weren't just trainers, we were targeting everything else. Obviously, we were on the ground. The US media didn't report it that way. The New York Times, 2 days late and $1 short, finally comes out with the story and says what we've been reporting for years and what was the most rational thing in the world, the Americans are directing war. French is already on the ground. Those people are called mercenaries. French just doesn't acknowledge it. If they put in a reassurance force, those people are going to die. Mark my words. Look, my political instincts have been fantastic. And my mom, even at this point, is like, you did tell me that. Because there will be stuff that happens like 2 years later. And she's like, you did tell me that. You're right. Whether it's political, domestic, or international. People function a particular way. And once you understand what is their incentive, their behavior becomes less mysterious. And one very important part of it, of the analysis, people don't matter. That is a hard thing for people to get when they are analyzing stuff. But take people out. The only thing and the only reason people matter is for a political tool and for propaganda purposes. Oh my God, you killed this many people. Now, they don't say it when they do it, but they will point to you when you do it. Otherwise, in the calculus of things, human beings and their lives don't matter. The pressure and the pain you put them under don't matter. The number of people you kill, wipe out, don't matter. It doesn't matter. It matters only insofar as what you can use as a political cudgel to hit your opponent. That is a hard thing for people to get, but it's true. Hence, those people would die. They would die screaming. They would die in the mud. And they would be shot as shit to deal with the force to which they are going to be hit with. Let's keep going. I know that sounds callous, but it is true. I think Laith Marouf is the most knowledgeable journalist in the English language on Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and the whole region. He is good, right? What's the name? Laugh66. He is fantastic, ain't he? He is fantastic. There will be things I will quibble with him about. I don't think the Russians abandon. He doesn't say abandon. He says a different word for it, but whatever. But all things being equal, yeah, Laith is fantastic. And great, easy to talk to. Dolan Duckett. Sabby Sabs. She's fantastic, ain't she? Fun to talk to, easy to talk to. She's great at what she does. When I am, I tend to be straightforward, mostly, especially when I'm giving praise or in some respects condemnation. When I say this stuff, I mean it. Like, if I don't think it, I'm not going to say it. She's fantastic at what she does. She really is. Papua Naya Shelley tried talking to a white liberal about reparations. It was a white liberal that got me to agree about reparations, believe it or not. Well, Bob's not a liberal. I don't think Bob would call himself liberal. So when I first did the radio show, the first job I did was Political Misfits. My co-host was Bob Schlehuber. Bob was odd because he was like, he's white, but it's like pro-black, but super pro-black. Now, he's still white. And so he still does shit that white people do sometimes. by telling Black people what they should think, which always caused an issue when him and I got in a huge fight over it, on air, no less. But, okay. In the news, no less. But I remember he made this argument about reparations. I used to be more into the economic sphere of stuff. Like, that was my focus. Like Professor Wolf, these guys, this kind of socialist analysis of economics where I just opened my eyes. Bob got me to realize that the racial component is deeply important and embedded in it. And it's an ideological component and one that has to be taken into account. For example, even if you gave reparations, that doesn't stop you going from a doctor and because you're Black, not getting the same pain medication as a white person, right? Or because you're Black, the cop that gives you a ticket as opposed to a warning, where he would give a white person a warning. These things are kind of like embedded, and these are in minds. That goes beyond the economic sphere of things. Now, I may not care what's in your mind if we're economically equal, but if I'm going to a doctor, I want payments. It's that stuff. So, yeah, some of them would. But see, I don't know if Bob will call himself liberal, so he might be right. I might be talking to my ass. I'm sorry. Papa and I, Shelley, fair enough. Agreed. Agreed. Arlene Chambers. SABS is the university beholden to the wishes of endowment donors. Oh, that is a good question. I'm sorry, I didn't get the chance to ask her that. But the fact that she was in the universities, I'm glad she brought that up. I did not know that about endowments. I think when Ted and I were on the show, we were thinking the same thing. These guys have billions of dollars in regards to endowments. Why are they, why do they need this money from the federal government? But she's also right on this point. This country is a melting pot. The First Amendment is unique in America. It's kind of like the National Health Service in the UK. I don't know if you guys remember this, but during the Olympics, the Brits did an ode to their National Health Service. That is the degree to which they cared about the health service. That is our First Amendment. This is our beacon to the world in many respects. And that beacon is being diminished severely. It's being diminished for a few reasons. America is less confident than it was, let's say in the 70s and 80s. If you were in the 70s, you could strut fucking America. We're not scared of what the Soviet Union is saying about us. We believe in free speech. We allow their descent into this country because we're confident. We believe in these things. This is our values. Our values are the things about. Like they would have that fight. They would have that argument. JFK was staying there, pounding on the thing, making that case to the world. We are perfectly confident in having these arguments. We're fucking awesome. End of history. That is not us today, which means it's a deeply insecure government, whether it's Democrat or Republican. And you can see it in the way that Joe Biden is trying to curb language. Curb language. Curb what universities talk about. Curb what people are saying on social media platforms. Okay, why are you doing that? You're doing it because you believe your society on some level is being unraveled based on the things that people are saying. But the things that people are saying are critical of the narratives that you're putting out because the narratives aren't true. You're lying. And you've been lying en masse to the public and trying to corral a narrative where now you have social media where people can point out, that guy's lying. Now, yeah, there are some people out there who make shit up when they're analyzing because they're trying to be biased. But that is just the presidential press secretary who comes out and makes shit up for the president, the propaganda minister, whether that's Jen Psaki or whether that's, what's her name, Bondi. I'm saying we are a less confident country, which is part and part to the reason why we are doing these things and why the government is taking such extravagant measures to diminish the First Amendment. That should be our beacon to the world, a beacon to the world. And it is being woefully diminished. What if you're Cuban Sicilian who was raised on a what? Raised as a hunk? Look, I've been all over the world, literally. People are people. Anywhere you go. That is a basis of operation. There are quirks, don't get me wrong, but people are people. They laugh, they have certain drives. And regardless of the ideological overlay that you put on those people, they still act like people. Like, when you're in Egypt, deeply Muslim country, and I'm sitting there on the video phone talking to my mom at one of the computer stores, and the guy beside me is watching porn. Okay, well, that's fascinating, right? You're in this deeply religious country, and he's just there like watching breasts and women and all this stuff. And I'm like, wow, that's amazing. Not the breasts, just the fact that he's watching it, right? Or you talk to him and they're like, I want to go to America and have sex with women. He's a guy. He's 18. Why wouldn't he? But again, you're in a deeply religious country that tries to put an intellectual overlay in the way that you operate. We are in a deeply capitalistic country. So we take this intellectual space of, if we don't become successful, it's entirely our fault. We don't need healthcare and education. Those are things that we should pay for as opposed to the state providing. Okay, that's an ideological overlay. It's not true. None of it's true. Your government, you set up your society the way you want to set up your society for the purpose of ensuring that you can develop and compete in a larger world. That's it. As long as it's intellectually consistent, rules, those are the rules. If you set rules for it, okay, that's on you. But it doesn't have to be anything short of consistent. You go somewhere else. In Europe, for example, you would have a situation that is completely foreign to an American where people are super helpful, providing you're not a Russian, where they would poke into your business. Hey, do you need help? Hey, you need a ride? Hey, you need a cab? Well, let me take you to one. As an American, that's completely foreign. And you're like, a bit suspicious of it because you're like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Why are you here? But he's just being helpful. Again, ideological stuff, right? I'm pointing out that it doesn't matter if you're Cuban. It doesn't matter if you're white. It doesn't matter if you're whatever. People are people. There's a systemic overlay that creates certain incentives that drives some people, yes. And there could be situations, let's say like in Israel and Gaza, where a fascist government arises because there's an objective of the state. That objective is, we need to take this land. And so the state enforces, it creates a condition within the context of the people when they're raised there to act a particular way. Yes, that's true. But, for the most part, people are people if you let them be their own devices. I guess my point is, whether you're Cuban and you're raised by a white person, or you're black, raised by a white person, or you're white, raised by black, you're just human beings. What is it? Raxo B. Harris. I hope that, I guess that's not really a question. It's just pointing it out. Just pointing it out. Let me hook up. And by the way, thank all of you. All of you make the show possible. Thank you. This 50,000 history show. This show will go into the history books as a landmark show in my book. First show at 50K. Thank you all. I deeply appreciate it. By the way, Sarah Bils is going to be showing pretty soon. She will be here shortly. We have a damn good crowd today. Yeah, she'll be here in 15 minutes, give or take. To go back to the story that we were talking about before, Europe is losing its mind. Europe is losing its mind. And I'll cut this as a video. They are deeply, deeply delusional. So Witkoff and Rubio go to Paris. It sounds like a bad joke, right? Witkoff and Rubio go to Paris. Now, Witkoff is, again, fascinating to me. Like, this was the point that I was disagreeing with Laith on, right? Because Laith was like, the government is going to function in a particular way. I was like, yeah, but if you want that, you don't send Witkoff. He sent Witkoff, Israel, for that fake deal. Russia to talk to Putin like 3 times. Oman once, and they're going back again for negotiations. And now to Paris with Rubio to talk to the Europeans to tell them of peace talks. Effectively, okay, you're not included in these peace talks. However, we will tell you and give you a briefing on what's happening. Europe, from their point, is trying to convince them this is a bad idea and you need to be more of a hard ass with the Russians. Now, this is why I say they are deeply, deeply delusional. Deeply delusional. Right here, this part in part because Russia is dominating on the battlefield. Every day they're expanding on a 2,000-kilometer front. They are refilling their ranks. They will have 1 million men military at a certain point. And there is nothing Ukraine can do to stop it. Ukraine cannot fill their ranks. They were talking about putting women in the battlefield. They tried to scam kids to go into the battlefield. I'm talking about 18-year-olds effectively saying, hey, we'll give you a lot of money, knowing full well that those kids most likely wouldn't last a week. And yet they were doing it. And so you have one military that is falling apart, losing ground, and at some point will collapse. The Russians know if we keep going, they will collapse. And they are now gearing up for an offensive. They have pushed the Ukrainians back out of Kursk. I think there might be one hamlet. And if you remember what the Ukrainians were saying, well, the reason we have to hold on to this patch of land is not just negotiations. It is also that if we run, they're going to chase us. So if we leave, they will invade Sumy and keep going. Well, they've already invaded Sumy. So not only have you been pushed out forcibly so, Sumy has now been effectively taken, or at the very least invaded. Not to mention the other parts of the front. It is clear as day that they have been saving up missiles and they are gearing up for an offensive. And an argument can be made now that since the Ukrainian military can't necessarily stop them as is, that there already may be an offensive. It is just picking up speed as it goes. They are close to Kiev, or at the very least the direction they're going will take them close to Kiev. It is unclear whether Russia is going to try to take the capital, but I'm giving you context of what is happening on the battlefield. They're lacking air defense. Donald Trump has not, let's say, improved their situation because of what they call a drawdown authority, that basically there's a patch of money that Joe Biden gave them that is running out, that Trump most likely will not replenish. So from a funding standpoint, they most likely will not get any additional money from Trump on this. They will collapse. Full stop. That is the context to which we're talking about. In this context, the US is like, let's negotiate. And Donald Trump is like, we need a deal. He sends Witkoff to talk to Putin. He talks to Putin. Witkoff comes back and scares the shit out of the Europeans. Scares the living shit out of the Europeans. He comes back and goes on a talk show and says, this, right? This is not what Europe wants to hear. And by the way, Witkoff, who is Trump's guy, and I emphatically say that. And I emphatically say that because Trump decided, I don't trust the State Department. I don't trust Rubio. I don't trust Hegseth. I don't trust any of these people. And because I don't trust the State Department with Rubio in it, these people are neocons, that is not my vision. Meaning they are not functioning with the vision to which I want to see the world and I want to operate. And the last time I was in office, I was subverted from what I wanted to accomplish. Yes, it was a Russiagate stuff, but people like John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, these people were not of my mind in the way that I'm looking at this. So I am going to reach all the way out to somebody who has nothing to do with politics, no experience in this at all, but has my vision of what I want, and it's not going to fuck me over in regards to negotiations. He's a realist, and I'm going to sit realist to talk to these people to figure out how do we make a deal. Because I said I was going to end the war. I want to accomplish that objective of ending the war. But I want to end it on terms that are favorable to me. I don't want to look bad. I want to get a deal. That's what I want. I'm sending Witkoff. Witkoff goes to Putin, and I would guarantee you that Putin told him these 4 regions are part of our constitution. Full stop. There's no deal on that. NATO is non-negotiable. There's no changing that. And that government needs to change. I can make no deal with Zelensky. He's illegitimate. Any deal that is made with Zelensky, the next person who comes in office can say, well, that guy had declared martial law and he stayed over his term, so he wasn't the legitimate president at the time, so I don't have to accept this deal. And so those things are non-negotiable. Trump already hates Zelensky. And there's talk behind the scenes that the Russians and the Americans are thinking of a government that both can effectively agree upon. Because again, up to 2008, I think Bucharest Summit, Ukraine was supposed to be neutral. You touch it, now we're fighting over it. Same thing to Taiwan. Don't touch it. Nobody is going to fight over it. If you touch it, we got to fight over it. If you put a gun in space, you got to put a gun in space. Same thing. So Witkoff goes, Putin tells him, these are my red lines. And he comes back to Trump. And on some level, Witkoff is like, if you want to end the war, you got to go for these regions. This is the only way to end the war. The Russians, I would imagine, Trump knows, has assessments. Ukraine will collapse at a certain point. It doesn't matter if we get a deal on that. If they keep going, they're going to drop. So you need to make a deal. And if you make a deal, those regions need to be part of the deal. Witkoff goes into Hannity and listen to what he says. Because the deal that they're talking about making is less about Ukraine, really, because that's a settled issue, if that makes sense. Short of some kind of security guarantees or something like that, Witkoff's like, give up the regions. And Witkoff has been getting a lot of attacks coming out of Europe, especially coming out of Zelensky, who's been trashing him, and coming out of the neocons in the US. And yet, he's still Trump's guy. Trump still uses him in all of these cases, regardless of the criticism he gets. And he gets the backing of Rubio, apparently, also. So despite the criticism from Trump's Twitter, that's my guy. That guy's going with my vision. Full stop. He's a realist. That's what I want. I don't want these neocons. I want that guy. So regardless of the attacks, he still puts his faith in Witkoff. Witkoff goes on Hannity and says this, which every European lunatic, every whack job that's in Europe that wants to keep a war going, that is lost, that they will collapse on, their ass puckered when they heard him say this.
I think you used a very good word there, Sean, emerging. I do. This is the third meeting I've had with him. This last meeting lasted close to 5 hours. We had 2 of his key advisors in the room at the time, Ushakov and Kirill Dmitriev. And it was a compelling meeting. And towards the end, we actually came up with, and I'm going to say finally, but I don't mean it in the way that we were waiting. I mean it in the way that it took a while for us to get to this place. What Putin's request is to have a permanent peace here. So beyond a ceasefire, we got an answer to that.
Okay, and will the deal include things that maybe are out of the box that people aren't thinking about now? I would imagine Vladimir Putin probably would want to be in business with the U.S. and with Europe. Is that a potential that could come out of this?
There's no doubt about it. I mean, this peace deal is about these so-called 5 territories, but there's so much more to it. There's security protocols. There's no NATO, Article 5. I mean, it's just, a lot of detail attached to it. It's a complicated situation, rooted in some real problematic things happening between the 2 countries, and I think we might be on the verge of something that would be very, very important for the world at large. On top of that, I believe there's a possibility to reshape the Russian-United States relationship through some very compelling commercial opportunities that I think give real stability to the region too.
A redefinition of the relationship between Russia and the United States using business interests to create economic ties that inherently, because of those economic ties, creates peace. And not just peace, stability for the region, basically for Europe. The US and Russia come into some kind of terms to reshape the world in global political order. No more Cold War stuff. The US and Russia working together. Okay, that's astonishing, right? And if you are Kalis, if you're Mark Rutte, if you are those lunatics in Macron, who's going to be out of office soon, or for that matter, Starmer, who's completely hated, that is not what you want to hear. What you just heard was, oh my God, the US is going to work with the Russians to cut an economic deal. And in the context of that economic deal, create stability in Europe that doesn't include Europe. That's amazing. That is not what they want to hear. that is terrifying to them. And they are freaking out. And they're freaking out in a very particular way that is completely delusional. Germany, all of those countries are economically strapped. Germany is being deindustrialized because of the war, meaning Europe has taken an economic hit because of the war. The amount of money that Europe has to pay for weapons, much of which are coming to the United States. The amount of money they've had to pay for oil and gas, much of which is coming to the United States. You have capital flight out of Europe into the United States that has made Europe poor. And yet, they're still like, we need to get billions somehow to Ukraine. We need to create a European military. We need to spend $1 trillion on it. Where are you getting the money to do that? How are you doing that? And even when you put that in a context, a box of itself, the military in Ukraine is going to collapse. It doesn't matter what you do. You've already shot your load. You've given billions. You've given all of your weapon stores. You've done it all already. You no longer have those weapons. You no longer have that money. You make it out of thin air like the U.S. did, but none of it that you did has changed the context on the ground. The military will collapse. Give it time. It may take 2 months, it may take 5 months. It will collapse. So all of this talk about we must continue to help Ukraine is a fool's errand. And you don't have the money to do it when the United States walks, especially when the US is like, we're done. So the deal that Trump is trying to make is essentially, all right, I want to wrap this up. This is not my war. This is Joe Biden's war. If a deal is there to be had, I want to have a deal. And Russia, being smart in the way that they played it, sent a businessman to the US to talk to Trump about business. When Witkoff goes, he acknowledges, okay, these territories are necessary for a deal, but what else is there that we can do together as we work together? I mean, after all, most of the prosperous land in Ukraine, Russia now holds. It is part of their constitution. So if we need to make a deal, it's better to make a deal with Russia because there's a lot more that we can get out of it in regards to deal as opposed to a rump state, Ukraine, that we don't even know is going to exist after the fact and is deeply, deeply in debt, has no money, and is busted. So when they're looking at that, Europe is like, holy shit, that's a problem. We need to stop that, despite the fact that they're going to collapse on the ground. So as they hear Witkoff makes these statements, Witkoff, Rubio, goes to France in order to have a conversation with the coalitions of the willing. Starmer's there, I think France is there. And Ukraine just so happens to show up out of the blue because they want to give their take on things. I would imagine, I would wager to you they were invited by the Europeans, but whatever. Witkoff, Rubio, sounds like a bad sitcom, goes to Paris. And again, I want to point out, he sends Witkoff. Rubio, on some level, is sidelined, even though Rubio is there. They have a conversation with them, and they talk. to the Europeans. And in this conversation with the Europeans, they effectively tell them, okay, look, this is what we've been doing. We're trying to get a deal. We're trying to get peace. We're trying to do all of that stuff. And for Europe's part, they're like, you shouldn't do that. We don't want you to do that. We want you to be tougher on the Russians. Okay, how? How? Now, Kellogg made this plan about putting in peacekeepers. Okay, well, that means the war continues. It doesn't stop. That's not what Trump wants. He wants the war to end. But Rubio says something else. He says, if we can't get a deal, we need to walk. We need to walk. Okay, I don't want to play the commercial. Right here. If it is not possible to end the war in Ukraine, the United States needs to abandon its efforts within days and move on. According to Marco Rubio, we need to determine very quickly now, I'm talking about in a matter of days, whether or not this is doable. He told reporters before departing to Paris, where he held high-level talks with Europeans and Ukrainian officials. We need to figure out whether we can end this now. Not in a few days, not in weeks, not in months, now. And if we can't, we need to call this a day and abandon this fool's errand and just walk. Okay, so all of that talk before about we're going to pass more sanctions. We're going to do something. Okay, that talk seems to have fallen by the wayside and is now at, we'll call it quits and just leave. We'll take the Steve Bannon approach. Walk the fuck away. Hard. Don't even do an investigation. Just walk. Just go. Just leave it. And a lot of people, especially in MAGA, thought that's what Trump should have did in the first place on day one. Done. We're out. Figure this shit out. But Trump, being Trump, wants a deal. He wants to stand there with Putin, shaking hands in Moscow, or Putin here in the US. Look at the deal that we got. Now, fact of the matter is, as Witkoff say, it's complicated. And there's a lot of stuff that they need to figure out. But the things that they don't probably need to figure out is those territories, no NATO for Ukraine. So what Europe has decided to do is to try to keep the conflict going, but do it in a very particular way. So in the same way with the Ukrainians are out there pleading their case or whatever, and the French and the Brits are trying, hey, we don't want you to do this. We want to put troops in. We want you to back us and all this other stuff. And Trump's like, look, I'm not doing that. You're not getting security guarantees for me where you're going to fight a war with the United States. And Europe, again, no, we're not doing that. So what they say is they come up with a separate plan, a parallel track. So you have the negotiations that are taking place with Trump and Russia, and Europe is like, okay, since we're not included in those negotiations, we will work with Zelensky. So we will pat Zelensky on the head when Trump makes him feel bad. We will have conversations about what we can do as a coalition of the willing. And you get stories that come out like this. NATO countries sending troops into Ukraine for practice, to learn from the war. That's astonishing. That's astonishing. And it's Denmark, of all places. We are about to take Greenland from Denmark, and they can't do anything about it militarily, but they fully believe that they should be able to go into Ukraine. I will tell you that right off the bat, as the Russians said, they are legitimate targets. And I keep nailing home this point because I haven't heard people point it out that over and over again, when Russia is hitting these sites, some of these sites have NATO troops. When they hit that restaurant, it was a meeting place where NATO was meeting with Ukrainians using human shields in regards to the restaurant. Russia hit it. And when they were carrying them out to the hospital, hit it again. Why? They make it a point. We will hunt you down and we will kill you. That's what we would do. We told you, if you come in here, you're legitimate targets, you will die. Full stop. We don't care where you are. We can hit you anywhere in Ukraine, and we will do so. You will die. That is the point. That is the context. When you see the military X thing assuming, again, bam, we don't care that you're using human shields in this case. You're going to die. We're going to hit you. We're going to find you. You're going to die. And I think at the other site where they hit, where again, NATO targets. When Rutt was in Odessa, in fact, I even have the video, him sitting in Odessa, and he makes a point of, well, when there's a peace deal And after that peace deal, we will revisit this issue of NATO in Ukraine. Now, what he knows or accepts, we can't stop this peace deal between the U.S. or Ukraine, if indeed they come up with one. However, the moment that deal is signed, then we will put NATO troops, or we will bring Ukraine into NATO. We will revisit this conversation. Okay, well, he knows, as he says that means the war continues. This is not a situation where Russia accepts, okay, we sign a peace deal like Minsk, and then you go back on. We're not doing that. That's not. War continues. If that's what's happening right now, the war continues. Then you get Starmer, Macron, and this coalition of the willing, effectively saying, okay, we're going to put troops, let's say in Romania, and then go into Odessa. Again, what does that mean? The war continues. So you have Donald Trump having this conversation, trying to get a deal, some kind of financial entanglements with Russia, with Witkoff making these really big ideas about this reevaluation of the relationship between the United States and Russia, which I'm here for that. I want that. I don't want us to be at odds. I don't want to be at odds with any country, right? But then you have Europe doing every and anything in their power in a parallel track to not let it happen, and doing it in a very particular way about making threats, about putting troops in Ukraine, knowing full well that the U.S. is not going to be a backstop, and on some level believing that when those troops are hit and those people die, that the U.S. will somehow get involved, as opposed to Trump saying, I told you shouldn't went in. It could be a bluff, or they could be serious. If it's a bluff specifically for the point of killing the negotiations. That's the entire point. Russia cannot make a deal if Donald Trump can't get his vassal state in line, and if they can't make an ironclad agreement that there is no NATO. Full stop. This is not something we revisit in 20 years. There is no NATO. Full stop. And ideally, something else Witkoff said that should be obvious, peaceful relations with its neighbors. It's not like they wanted to go in. They have this deeply dishonest take on how all of this started and the progression of this. This notion of, Ukraine could be part of NATO in 2008 that created all these divisions within the country. William Burns pointing out, net means net. You are going to provoke a civil war by offering NATO to Ukraine, a country that's supposed to be neutral, that's on the Russian border, a civil war that Russia would have to get involved in, that they don't want to get involved in. You get the overthrow of the Ukrainian government, Yanukovych in 2014. Again, overtly provocative, right? Putin doesn't entirely get engaged. They take the Crimea. They flip out. 90% or more of the Crimeans chose to go to Russia because most of those people are Russian. Then you get the U.S. pushing them to bomb Donetsk. You're in a civil war. And the civil war was directly provoked by you overthrowing the government. If Donald Trump takes the country when Biden won, and California says, fuck it, we're out. Fifth largest economy in the world. If we're a country, we're out. We're not doing this. The country has just been overthrown. And Trump starts bombing California. Okay, that's pretty wild. But you can see where California is coming from when in their minds, this is no longer America because America has been overthrown. Same difference. With the catch being, you have a fascist government that has just taken power with a band of Nazis that have a huge amount of control in that government that we provoked, we put in, we were giving cookies to, we were giving directions to, we were giving money to do exactly what they did. The CIA was in it for decades. The other regions that we're out, we voted to leave. And just like William Burns said, Russia gets involved. Russia got involved in the Civil War, just like the U.S. was involved in the Civil War. But they never talk about it in the context of the U.S. is fighting Russia. They talk about it as Russia's fighting Ukraine, which on some level it is. But again, they're fighting with the Civil War, with the other opposition's part of that, of East Ukraine. They're deeply dishonest in the way that they explain it. If you explain it that way, okay, well, that makes more sense. That's more sensible. That's not the Russians are just evil. It just wants to take over all of Ukraine. It's these four regions are ours. We're going to take these regions. These people are Russian speakers. They're ethnic Russians. They prefer to be part of Russia, considering what just took place. Fair enough. We don't need all of Ukraine, but we will take it. And then the war expands because now all of NATO is involved. It's been inflamed. And the special military operation, what started off as smaller, expands in scope to we might need to take it on. No more space. In which case, again, Europe will have a collective shit fit at that point. But again, they are the ones that want to keep fighting until the military collapses. You have your lunatic Zelensky that is in office, that doesn't want to give up power, that has declared martial law again in order to make himself a king. And you even have people in Ukraine complain. I think Poroshenko is complaining, saying, this martial law is outlandish. We need an election. That asshole needs to be voted out. It's astonishing. That's all. Like, it's a lot of shit that's going on at the exact same time. And so if you could put an end to that, something that never should have taken place in the first place, it is a stupid war. But you're talking about hundreds of thousands, maybe 800,000 dead Ukrainians, maybe 100, 200,000 dead Russians as a result of a war that should have never taken place, that we entirely pushed and egged on, knowing full well what was going to happen, with the idea being for Europe, we are going to inflict a strategic defeat on Russia, with Joe Biden arm in arm with them doing so. They lost. They will collapse. Like Captain America would say, the Russians will say, we could do this all year. So if Rubio is like, we're going to leave, that means they collapse. Full stop. And Rubio knows it when he says it. And he knows that they know what it means when he says it. So Trump wants his deal. Whether he gets it or not, who knows? Europe is doing any and everything in their power to prevent him from getting that deal. He knows, the Russian knows, that if Europe will do that, then there can be no deal. The war has to continue. Europe is doing everything in their power to put their thumb in Trump's eye. Zelensky has been wilding out. For his side, he has been screaming bloody murder at Vance, at Witkoff, and on some level, even at Trump, effectively pointing out, you didn't talk to us about this. Like, how are you negotiating over lands that belong to us? Now, Zelensky has already said we don't have the power to take those lands back. Okay, fair enough. You don't have the power to take the lands back. And let's be clear, he is not long for this office and may not be long for this world if he does not end up in a prison cell, which may be part of the reason why he's fighting so hard to stay in this. And let's be very clear also, it's not like you are a sovereign country. I've had this conversation, I think, with John. When the Istanbul agreements came up, or for that matter, even the Minsk agreements, Ukraine blew them off. They blew them off because Europe and the United States said, we don't care about those agreements. Agreements that were designed to end the conflict and prevent a war was used in order to build up a massive military, the largest military in Europe. Don't take my word for it. Angela Merkel even points out, we lied. We tricked Putin. Hollande says something, we lied. We had no intention of fulfilling the obligations of the Minsk agreements. And even Boris Johnson, that clown of a human being, that degenerate, came out and said, there was no way Zelensky could have signed a deal. They would have put a bullet in his head if he did so. So they came up with an agreement just to trick the Russians to give Ukraine time to build up a military, the largest in Europe. That's the context. That's the reality of events. Meaning, everything I just said is true. And when you say it that way, it makes sense. But the media never says it that way. They never explain it. They give the snapshot. Russia invaded. They're the bad guys. Okay, well, I mean, how many countries have we invaded? How many countries have we knocked over? You don't even point out that we knocked over the government that inspired all of this stuff. So I don't know if Trump is going to get his deal. I don't know if Europe is going to be stupid enough to go it alone and put in troops. I'm almost certain that they're not getting $1 trillion to build this massive European military. It is clear that the transatlantic relationship between Trump and Europe, if not broken, is completely fractured. Trump is talking about pulling troops out of Europe. There's that. And I put out Zelensky. Zelensky has been attacking Trump and Van Witkoff. He is not a happy camper right now. And this is, where is it? Right here. This is it. He believes, I strongly suspect, that the Europeans will be able to somehow support Ukraine in this, and that they can take up the mantle for whatever the United States was putting out. I think he is deeply, deeply insane if he thinks that. We were the driving force. We were giving them the weapons or selling them the weapons. We were picking the targets. We were using our own intelligence in order to do that stuff. If we stop, they fail faster. All of this posturing and talking, attacking Vance and attacking Witkoff as being Russian stooges. Okay, fair enough. This explains on some level the reason that Donald Trump was so brutal when he was referring to Zelensky and when he was referring to Joe Biden, et cetera, et cetera. Effectively, this is Joe Biden's war. This is not my war. And to back up what Rubio was saying, Donald Trump himself came out and said, this is not my war. This is not my war. Joe Biden did this. So right here, this is Biden's war. Now, I kept saying that Trump could use that and just walk. And maybe should have used it in the beginning and just walked. But he wanted his big, beautiful deal. Right here. This is Trump.
I made a mistake. I believe it was. Look, you're going to ask them. This is Biden's war. This is not my war. I've been here for a very short period of time. This is a war that was under Biden. He gave him billions and billions of dollars. He should have never allowed, if he had any brain, which he didn't have and doesn't have, and now it's being proven, he wouldn't have allowed that war to start. I would have absolutely not. That war would never have taken place. But remember this. This is Biden.
And Trump might be right. Meaning, it took U.S. will to push it. When Putin was standing out there like a preacher, begging people to come to Jesus. I don't know if you've ever been to a Black Baptist church. There used to be a preacher, A. Lincoln James, when he used to preach, he used to sweat heavily. Like he was the hardest preacher I've ever seen in my life. It's like he was trying to save every soul like that he could. And it just, every ounce of energy in his body was trying to save souls. Putin was begging them, we need a new security architecture of Europe. Please make a deal with me. And he put out his own plan. How about this? And they said, you don't get security guarantees. You don't get to dictate the security of Russia and surrounding countries. You don't get to dictate who's going to be part of NATO. None of this is things that you get to dictate. We don't need to negotiate with you. And I strongly suspect a part of that is because freedom is taken at the barrel of a gun. And when the Soviet Union fell, it gave this perception, especially during the Yeltsin years, that Russia was, as Obama said, a gas can masquerading as a country. Well, it took, 600, 800,000 dead Ukrainians to show that that wasn't true and to gain respect in a way that scared the shit out of Europe, as they should be, if indeed they're going to invade. Russia wasn't a threat. I would argue it's not a threat now. I would even argue, as Witkoff said, obviously they want peaceful relations with their neighbor. But if you are expanding military to their border, what are they supposed to do? What would we do? If, the Warsaw Pact countries connected with Mexico and they overthrew the government of Mexico and they put in a United States phobic government that hated our guts. And they had CIA people, they had built up a military, this stuff was happening on that border. Do we honestly believe that the perspective of the president would be, they can do whatever they want? They're an independent country. But however they want to live their life, it's fair game. Or do you think we would have gave them some freedom? I present to you that we would have gave them freedom. Now, if we can see it in that context, why are we so ideologically blind that you can't see it from their perspective? This is kind of go back to the JFK speech, right? I guess my point is, I want Trump to get that deal. I don't know if Trump could get that deal. And he would have to somehow, A, get rid of Zelensky. You may be able to do that with political pressure internally in Ukraine, buy somebody off. Why not? Pay somebody to knock him off. Why not? You have CIA, all of these other goons that are effectively there. 600,000 people have been killed. Why does Zelensky matter? He's been head of it. And on some level, you would even have to get Europe in line. How do you do that? The transatlantic relationship has been broken. So how do you get your vassals in line when you have Vance out there saying, we're sick of you being vassals? You kind of need them to be vassals to get them in line. It's a fascinating dilemma that I don't really, I don't know how this works out. The fact that Rubio is now echoing, we will just walk, is amazing. That is the first time I've heard that uttered. Up to this point, we're going to pass sanctions. We're going to give them more weapons. We're going to give them more money. We're going to do all this stuff. Rubio's not saying we're going to walk on his own. He's speaking for the president. We'll call it a day. We go to other concerns, if that's what we need to do. You can figure it out on your own. Fight the Russians on your own if you want to. We're out. That's amazing. And that's a shot across the bow. Not just to Ukraine, in one sense. I guess for the mineral deal, where Trump is saying, you owe me $100 billion. But also to Europe, who has no capacity to do that. The three, people in the British Army and the tank that's missing a wheel, and the four Sacre Bleu fighters in the French army, good luck fighting that army that has been killing and dying for 3 years and has gotten battle hardened in modern warfare, not the last war, the current modern warfare. You can't do it. You'd lose. Trump knows it. Rubio knows it. Witkoff knows it. That's where we're at. That is the context. That is our world in regards to the war. It is a fascinating dynamic that is taking place in Europe. They are losing their minds, and losing their minds over Ghost, because it's like a stab in the back myth in a weird way. They've come up with rhetorical positions that they've hardened and that they've used. And we did this under Joe Biden, right? Rhetorical positions that you've hardened and that you've come up with, that you have lived in. And then Trump comes and says, none of this stuff is true. And Europe is like, no, it is. It really is. It really is true. And your societies have given hundreds of billions of dollars, depriving your own citizens of things, and even making the argument, we need to have less social services in order to support Ukraine. That's amazing. That's amazing. You get, what's her name, in Germany, Foreign Minister, Baerbock, who's like, I don't care what Germans want. We've got to keep doing this. That's amazing. All of these things are amazing. This is what's happening. And so, oh, what happened? She didn't show up. Okay. Maybe something came up. No, it's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing. So this is our world. This is our world in context. This is what is happening in regards to the war. And I have no idea how it will turn out. It is absolutely amazing. Sarah was supposed to be on at 3:30. I don't know why she's not on, frankly. Maybe something came up. Give me 1 second. Yeah, maybe something came up. I'd have to hit her after, because I don't really have the means to hit her before the show. Yeah, I don't have the means to hit her on the show. I sent my secretary note this morning to send her the link and all, but yeah, it's not a rerun. I mean, I'll try to hit her after the show and see if she can join. I don't know why my secretary didn't give her the message, but maybe that's the case. And by secretary, I'm speaking about my mom, who just gave a super sticker. But we'll see. Let's see. Thank you for that, by the way. Laugh 66, congrats on 50K, Jamal. Hard work is worth it. On the way to 100,000. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And member for 2 months, Ratso Harris. What if you're, oh, we read the one Cuban, I think it's a Sicilian who's raised as a honky. That's too funny. We have Arlene Chambers, Sabby, the university is beholden to the wishes of endowment donors. I'm going to have to ask for that. And Papa and I Shelley, it's taking a while for white liberals. Oh, try talking to white liberals about reparations. Yeah, I'd imagine, like, the more I think about it, I think Bob would consider himself a white liberal. Sabby, Abby, Dolan, Duckett. Yes, Sabby is fantastic. Laugh 66, I think Laith Marouf is the most knowledgeable journalist in the English language on Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and the whole region. Laith is fantastic. What happens if France goes in? They will all die. Natalie Williams, shout out to you, Natalie. Thank you for that. Love the roses. Let's give people roses while they're alive. I will check on Sarah. I don't know what happened to her for the show. Yeah, I don't know what happened to her on the show. Hopefully she's doing okay. She was supposed to come on yesterday. That was my fault yesterday. I don't know whose fault it is today. We're going to find out. I'm hoping it's not my fault again. I did send the link. I sent it to my secretary to send to her. I don't know if my secretary sent it to her this morning. But we'll see. I touch base with her. And in fact, I touch base with her now. So I'm going to end this because I do want to try to get to Sarah if I can get to her. I'm going to say like, share, subscribe. Once again, you all, thank you. 50K. 50K. It took a while. I was at 30K for, I don't know, God's, how long? Yeah, I don't know how long. I was at 50K. It feels like forever. But I'm going to ask, in fact, before I get off, I'm going to ask my mom if she's on the show right now. Okay. She said she didn't send it. Okay. Please send it now and see if she'll come on. Please send it now. Send her the link and see if she'll come on. I'll keep the show going if she'll come on. And I should have gave her a heads up. So look, my mom and I, she was moral support last night. Moral support. I mean, like, she's like, I'm in it with you, boo. I'm going to stay on the line with you. I'm going to wait. God damn it. We're going to get this thing straight. And I am literally on the chat at that point, like, melting down. You don't understand. I cannot explain all of it in a way that would make sense until later. And I would explain why later. Suffice to say, I'm not trying to be mysterious. It's just security issues. Suffice to say, it took a lot to get that phone here. Not having the ability to communicate, getting cabs, calling for food, it's rough. And so it was an emergency to get it. It took a while to get the phone. And then to get it, and they're like, sorry, we can't connect it. And to spend literally like 8 hours, 9 hours talking to people in the chat, because how can I call? I don't have a phone, right? And one person after the next passing you to another person, to another person, to another person, to another person, and then back to the same person, then back to another person. And you're doing that for 8, 9 hours and just relentlessly. And I got to the point where I just said, cancel my account. I'm done. Cancel my account. And they wouldn't do it. And so the only message I could put, cancel my account, cancel my account, cancel my account, cancel my account. Finally, they moved me to somebody, and the woman said, I'm going to be the last person you talk to tonight. Okay, well, it's not 9 anymore. It's 5 in the morning. And it took maybe an hour or so. So around 6 when I finish. And she finally gets it connected. And my mom is on the phone with me the entire time. She's like, I'm going to stay with you, boo. We're going to do this together. And she's like, what are they doing? What are they doing? Can you work? Can you work? And when that thing finally started working, you talk about celebration. So again, shout out to her. The phone is not set up entirely though, because again, it was like 6 a.m. So I sent my mom the link to send it. Is she sending it to Sarah now? I am hoping that she says yes, especially with the screw up that took place yesterday. The internet just went down. It's my fault. I should have sent my mom a notice that I was sending it to her, to send it to her. I did it that way only because Sarah had been communicating with her. And I just figured, just keep the same communication until the phone is set up. But whatever. Hopefully, she will come on. Hopefully, she does not take it against me. I would love for her to be on my 50,000 show, because this show is going to go in my record books, if nobody else's record books. We have a damn good crowd. I think we had like 550, almost 560 people. And it's not like we had a huge fish, if that makes sense. Like a guest that is a lightning rod. It's just us. People watching the show. Deeply appreciate it. Let me see if I can hit another story just before to see if she'll come on. Let's see. We went through the Middle East. Oh. Do you remember this? Wait a minute. Do you remember this? It's like looking back on it, it seems so ridiculous now. Right here. Do you remember this? Just the hubris. I'm gonna let it play in its entirety, and then at the end I'm gonna ask you: do you know what this was from?
Україна, рідна земля мати. Господь, Отець наш Небесний, благословіть. Благословіть! Я йду знищувати! Ворогів землі рідної! Вбив моїх братів! Благодійники моїх посадця! Нехай рука моя буде твердою! Щоб вбивати ворогів! Нехай око моє буде ясним! Щоб вбивати ворогів! Нехай зброя моя буде справною! Щоб вбивати ворогів! Нехай воля моя буде сталь! Щоб вбивати ворогів! Україно! Рідна земля мати! Господь, Отець наш Небесний! Благословіть! Наш рішучий народ!
Now, just so we're clear, this is not a movie promo. This is not a movie promo. This is not coming out next week in the movie theaters. It looks cool if it was, right? Guy with a huge beard. He's spouting some loud shit out of nowhere that we don't understand. Tanks, missiles, bombs. We're going to defend our homeland, all that stuff. Ukraine put that out as a promo for their offensive. I shit you not. They put out a promo for an offensive. It's astonishing. Let me go to my guests. Sarah, you have my deepest apologies. I should have told my mom that I was sending her the link. My phone hadn't been set up entirely, and so I just kept the same process. We were up all night setting that phone up and trying to get that thing straight. I am sorry. That's on me. I should have given her a heads up.
I know the stress of having broken electronics, but at least you have a momager to
that's what my secretary.
Your mom is the sweetest lady. At least
well, she was radically supportive, like especially this last several weeks.
No.
Booking guests for me, contacting guests for me.
Is she for hire?
Is she for hire? Maybe, yeah. If she can make some extra money, yeah. I pay her with love and affection and attention and thank yous. But if you want to pay her cash, I think she would work for you. But no, she did fantastic. She was sending the guests, the invites, all that stuff. No, she was fantastic. She has my deepest appreciation. You know what's funny? It pissed my ex-girlfriend off.
Your mom was doing your communications?
Yes, because my ex is deeply jealous. Deeply jealous.
Of your mother?
Yes, she has a way about it, right? And when I got on the show, I think it was like last week, I was like, I would like to thank my ex. She did, she like booked 1 or 2 guests. I was like, I really want to thank her for it. And then I was like, I really need to thank my mom also because my mom went to get the phone and everything else. What she doesn't quite get is for a person like in their 70s who has difficulty walking to go to a store, pick up a device, have to stay in that store and deal with paperwork and everything, mail
Right.
that device is a big deal. You booking 2 guests sitting on your ass is a nicety, and I appreciate it. But they're not equal, right? And she heard that, and she was like, how dare you? You didn't give me any credit at all. I was like, dude, I thanked you in the video. How do you take a thank you as a insult? Like,
You didn't thank me enough.
It was strange. That's all. My mom has been doing God's work, and I deeply appreciate it for her.
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah, at this point, I told my ex, she said something like, "Oh, I could do this way."
Just put her on a leave without, or just put her on leave without pay. Just say you're on an administrative leave for now.
What I told her was, because she was like, "Well, you should have just got the phone here," and I was like, "Look, things with you come with strings attached." She was like, "What? Forget I said that." Forget I said that. Well, let's pretend I didn't say that, right?
Right.
Thank you for coming on. It's my main point. The audience, this is too much background. And if she watches this video, she's going to lose her mind.
Yes, she is.
Thank you for coming on.
Of course.
You have the privilege of being on the 50,000th subscriber show.
You hit 50,000. Congratulations.
Thank you. I blew past it last night.
That's fantastic. It was probably because of your mom's energy. Your mom's giving the good energy to the show.
She gives good, yes. And you know what's funny? The chat is like, does she get paid for this?
Mm.
And she's like, that's my son. No.
Oh, well, of course.
I want to see him succeed. And she like is this good energy on the chat. All right, guys, we're almost at 700. Let's keep going. Like it's good, right?
Yeah.
If I could pay her, Lord knows.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very well deserved.
So I before you got on, I didn't realize I went on that long, given the context of what is happening in Europe, what is taking place in regards to negotiations, how Europe is freaking out and losing their mind and doing any and everything in their power to stop any peace process that may be taking place. And I showed them this video of Witkoff, because Witkoff is taking slings and arrows, and yet Trump continues to use them for everything. Like, meaning Trump has sidelined the entire State Department for a business guy who knows nothing about negotiations and has used them entirely for negotiations.
Mm-hmm.
That's astonishing. And it means something. Give me a take on what that means. I've had other people point out, like,
this whole, forgive me, I do blame Trump to a degree, but I really just think the incompetence is just surrounding Trump. They're just so incompetent. It's like this motley crew, and you're just like, you don't even really have answers. Even as an analyst, you're like, I don't really know the plan or what to make of this. Steve Witkoff is a terrible match to be negotiating with the Russians. You could tell by the way that the tone was after he left the meeting. It's just, I don't know.
Oh, I so disagree.
Do you? You like Steve Witkoff?
I don't know him.
He's better than Kellogg, that's for sure.
Right. Look, I will tell you why. Like, okay, I'll use the term like, even though I don't know if I can really use that term. I don't know if I have the full embodiment of that term, right? I like Kabutos. I like Cavendish. I don't know if I can say I like Witkoff, but I would prefer him. I'll say it that way. He knows nothing about negotiations. He's a real estate guy.
True. Well,
and he's not ideological per se, meaning he may be ideological towards profit, but in this foreign policy stuff, he doesn't, these are just things that he needs to deal with, negotiate. He's Trump's guy. And it's almost like Trump is saying, I don't trust these neocons. They have their own ideological agendas. I got screwed over last time by the Pompeos, the John Boltons. I don't want those people. Rubio is one of those people. Hegseth is one of those people. I don't want those people. I don't want Kellogg doing that. So I'm going to bring my own guy in. A guy who I trust, who may not know this stuff, but at the very least can take my vision and spread it across the world in these negotiations. And so, yes, I'm going to send him to talk to the Russians. And when he comes back and he says, okay, if you want a deal, 4 regions, no NATO, Zelensky needs to go. Well, he gives that to Trump the way it is. And Trump makes the decision one way or another on whether to do it. And Witkoff says, if you want to end it, this is how you do it. Okay, would Rubio have done that? Would Kellogg have done that? No. Witkoff does. And they attack him for it. And Trump backs him and says, all right, now go to Iran. Okay, that's pretty astonishing. Because what it means is that he has taken Trump's vision. It's almost like the hand of the king. And his eyesight. It's almost like if Trump had a mechanical device in his head that would look at, listen to, and report back exactly what was said without the ideological framing on it, that's Witkoff.
I
That's
see
why
that. I could see that, yeah. Especially being a real estate guy. It's funny because that would make sense because I don't think it was this negotiation. It was a prior negotiation. I said, why are they running it like a real estate deal where the broker kind of runs back and forth between the sides and they don't talk to one another? Now,
the Iran deal, yeah, the Iran thing.
Yeah.
But for the European deal, this video,
yeah, go ahead,
had a collective shit fit in Europe. And I'm fascinated by this video because what Witkoff is saying here is, look, we are talking to the Russians about a fundamental change in the context of the relationship between the United States and Russia in a way that would solidify Europe for the foreseeable future. What's fascinating about it is Europe is not included in those negotiations.
Right.
That's astonishing, right? And so you can imagine if you're Europe and you're hearing that, you're like, wait a minute. So you've effectively put Ukraine as a piece of a larger deal that you guys are making that we know nothing about.
Correct.
Now, Witkoff, once again, after leaving Oman, goes to Paris to talk to the Europeans to explain the deal and to take the shit from the Europeans because they don't like him. And then he gets back on the plane to go back to Oman to go with more negotiations for Iran. Again, Trump is using him for everything. It's astonishing. This is the video that I think they had the collective shit fit in Europe and in the United States by the neocons saying, oh my God, Witkoff is a Russian stooge. it's like, oh my God, I can't believe they keep using this guy.
I think you used a very good word there, Sean, emerging. I do. This is the third meeting I've had with him. This last meeting lasted close to 5 hours. We had two of his key advisors in the room at the time, Ushakov and Kirill Dmitriev. And it was a compelling meeting. And towards the end, we actually came up with, and I'm going to say finally, but I don't mean it in the way that we were waiting. I mean it in the way that it took a while for us to get to this place. What Putin's request is to have a permanent peace here. So beyond a ceasefire, we got an answer to that.
Okay, and will the deal include things that maybe are out of the box that people aren't thinking about now? I would imagine Vladimir Putin probably would want to be in business with the U.S. and with Europe. Is that a potential that could come out of this?
There's no doubt about it. I mean, this peace deal is about these so-called 5 territories, but there's so much more to it. There's security protocols. There's no NATO, Article 5. I mean, it's just, a lot of detail attached to it. It's a complicated situation, rooted in some real problematic things happening between the two countries, and I think we might be on the verge of something that would be very, very important for the world at large. On top of that, I believe there's a possibility to reshape the Russian-United States relationship through some very compelling commercial opportunities that I think give real stability to the region too. Partnerships create stability.
Right there. A complete reevaluation of the relationship between Russia and the United States for the foreseeable future in a way where we are not hostile, we're not in this Cold War mentality, but we have entanglements financially that effectively make us want to be friends. That's amazing. Give me your take on that, because Europe heard that and was like, oh my God.
Well, he can hope and dream. He can hope and dream all he wants. See, the advantageous part about Russia is that Putin has been in power this whole time. So there's no goldfish brain. There's no amnesia. They remember Minsk 1 and 2, and they know the parties that were involved. And not for nothing, Trump goes back and forth all of the time. I sent them javelins to, if I was president, it would have never happened. Then why were you sending them javelins? So it's like, you can hope and dream. Russians don't want a relationship with America. They might want the goods. They might want the manufactured products, but they don't want a friendship. We're coming out of an almost century-long Cold War where we did nothing but denigrate Russia and keep it down. Now we're trying to do the same thing to China and Europe. That's what this is really about, the decoupling from Europe, because we see them, this administration sees them as more of a leech or more of a beneficiary, and trying to partner with somebody that's more on equal footing economically and natural resource wise. And that requires a partnership with Russia and then Europe becoming a consumer. And that's exactly what it's doing. It's very manipulative on the part of the Americans because they forced the decoupling between Europe and Russia. And now they're forcing a coupling between themselves and Russia, with Europe as the beneficiary on the United States' teat, not on Russia's. They're pushing the European Union to buy LNG from the United States at a premium price. That's next. And peace really isn't that close. You might have been streaming, but there's a response. Marco Rubio said that if no progress is made in the next few days, we're leaving this. We're done.
Yeah, I showed that clip.
Early, yeah.
But that is fascinating to me because that's not, God, man, two things. I want to come back to that part. First, the U.S., according to the New York Times, have been killing Russians for the last 3 years. Put in context, right? We've been directing events on the ground. We were giving them the weapons. We were giving them the money. We were giving them the intelligence. We were telling them where they needed to hit. And if we think of, 100,000-200,000 Russians that have died in a conflict, then it's hard to not put that on the U.S., especially considering the U.S. is arguing that any weapon that the Houthis fire are coming from Iran. And so Iran is responsible.
Right. And so Russia doesn't pick that up.
Yeah. So right off the bat. Now, Russia doesn't acknowledge that because if they do, they're stuck with the fact that the U.S. has been killing Russians for the last 3 years. I do think that they don't want hostilities. Meaning, if they can make a deal with the U.S., I think they would.
Sure.
And especially if it's an economic deal where it's like, we're making profits. Okay, they may be okay with that. Even if it's like, we don't want you to be your buddies. We know what you've done. We know that you've overthrown this government. We know that you ignored Minsk. We know that you kicked fat bird. Meaning we know the history of the stuff, even though you may not care about it because you was the one that was doing it. So agreed. I totally understand that from a human being point of view. But relationships got to be built on something. And you have to start somewhere to kind of grow a relationship. And I don't want to be at odds with anybody, Russia or China. And I feel like if we can forge a relationship, we should do so. That's my take on it, right?
Right.
So I accept his optimism. Like it is grand optimism, right? Like that is.
But relationships require some sort of stability and predictability and trust. And unfortunately, we do not have stability and predictability, and trust takes years to rebuild. So this administration developing a solid friendship with Russia is a pipe dream. I think that people in the West mistake that Russia's quietness or Russia's reluctance to be very brash publicly is a sign of their complacency with the negotiations. That's not true. Russia just doesn't, Russians saying words are wind. They don't talk unless there's something to talk about. And if they're not talking, then nothing happened. So
let's be honest about something else too. He's being maneuvered. Like, he is not a negotiator. Putin, Lavrov, Medvedev, all of these people are trained negotiators that have been there for decades, or like 16 years or something like that. I would wager to you that they knew exactly how to maneuver him and Trump. Money. Hey, you want a business deal? We'll send Kirillov. Kirillov is a business guy. Talk to him. And they sit there and they talk to Kirillov, and they're like, whoa, we like what we're hearing. So immediately, right off the bat, you have somebody who's speaking Trump's language of, oh, money, there's money somewhere,
Yeah, that's the good part, is that it's a more even keel they're more on even footing at this point. It's not a 90s Russia. It's not even an early 2000s Russia. So at least it's not like they're taking advantage of the Russians. It's nothing like that. No. The Russians know what they're doing. It's just that I don't think that they're going to be taken advantage of. And I think that the United States is going to find that an unpleasant surprise. And something that Putin has stressed, I think it was Putin, I know it was a Russian official, is the fact that our president changes every 4 years, sometimes 8. And to them, they're like, why would I make an agreement with you that really only has the chance to kind of stay in power for the maximum of 5-6 years? Why? So you can rearm and attack me again. And Trump doesn't have a very good legacy of upholding these sort of treaties. He ripped up the JCPOA, and now he looks like a fool trying to get the JCPOA back into place. Pretty much, just an altered version of the JCPOA. They think that Putin doesn't pay attention to that. You didn't even honor the agreements of the previous administration. You actually ripped them up out of spite. So why would the Russians want to enter into any kind of deal with a country like that?
1000% agree. I think I am more optimistic than you are, though.
I am too. I'm just saying, I'm just pushing back because you're taking the white pill and I'll take the black pill.
Right.
I think in the end, they wind up in an amicable sort of foreign policy relation, which I would like to see. But I am cautious because I don't want to see that at the sacrifice of a relation between Russia and China, or more animosity from the United States towards China. It should be a multipolar world led by the United States, Russia, and China, not by the United States and Russia subjugating China or another combination thereof. And I understand the Chinese threat that they perceive. I understand where they're coming from, but that also needs to be considered, because while they're not a package deal, China and Russia, they're not going to allow you to sabotage their relationship. This idea that Russia's going to leave China for the United States right now at this juncture is I just don't see that happening.
Right there. And so I guess from my take, I agree with you. If they think that, they're out of their minds. Trump cannot be trusted under any circumstances, right? No. Nor do I think Russia trusts Trump, regardless of what they say. They would say these nice things, oh, we trust Trump. No, they don't. Oh, we believe, no, they don't. But I do think that from their point of view, even if it's for 3 years, we can get a less hostile interaction. We'll take it. If we can get diplomatic relations, we'll take it. I mean, because keep in mind, under Joe Biden, they didn't have any of that. Right. They would even say, we don't even care about the sanctions because we're not trying to get it. But we do want diplomatic relations with the U.S. It is dangerous to not be able to communicate. So we want those things. Yeah. We want flights going back.
Yeah, please give us our flights back, please.
Yeah, give us our flights back. We want a normal relationship with the U.S., even if it's only 2 or 3 years. We want it, right? So I do think those are things that they want. If Trump can get a business, I feel more optimistic on this. And the only reason I say that is they're talking about like trillions of dollars of business that are contracts on some level and interactions in those contracts. Now, again, as you put it, Trump rips up stuff in a heartbeat. Trump's going to be out in 3 years. Who the hell knows who's going to come behind him?
You sure about
that? Yeah, relatively so. Yeah, I think I am. Or he's going to die in like 5. Like he's old, right? So either way, in the same speed that Donald Trump was able to come in and upturn, the next guy could do the same thing, which is what that means. So from a Russian point of view, how do I trust that? How do I trust that? So I agree with you on that front. Under no circumstances is Russia going to change their relationship with China. None. Whatever deals they make with the U.S. is separate and distinct from China, which makes it the other interesting point of any contest that they're having with China is ultimately also a contest with Russia. Anything that they're going on with Iran is ultimately a contest with Russia also. They're bumping up against those three in every way and everything that they do. But I do think he has a chance for a deal, maybe, if the Europeans... Give me your take on the Europeans. They seem
Everybody needs to read this book, okay? If you're going to go... If you're going to go negotiate with the Russians, because what you said is so important. It's that the decisions and deals with the Russians that they won't allow them to at least not damage the relations with China, their relations with Iran. And that's literally the concept of multipolarity. Like peace is beneficial to all, and a subjugation is actually detrimental to all. So the United States is, and that's why, you know, Rubio said we're actually moving into a period of multipolarity. And I'm like, well, then they better start studying, because multipolarity doesn't mean a US hegemon and then everybody else kind of has their share of power that you like kind of monitor. It doesn't mean a US Russia partnership that subjugates China and Iran. And the backing off of the Iranian strikes and the progress on those talks actually is a positive sign for multipolarity.
Yeah.
It's the China issue that kind of is the one. And this administration sees China as a direct adversary. And I think that that's going to be the issue. I understand where they're coming from, and I don't believe that China is the enemy, but I can understand why some people would. But yeah, I don't think that they're looking at a world the same way that people in the East do.
Oh, of course not. I mean, the trade war is a good example. I mean, I think we have an insecure America at this point, and it's insecure in an economic sense and insecure in a financial sense. And in a military sense, we just got our asses handed to us in Ukraine. I mean, NATO was around for like 50 years, and we spent all of that money, all of those generals, all of the resources against the Soviet Union. Soviet Union goes away, NATO stays. And the individual Russia beats them, outproduces them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a big deal, right?
Yes.
That's when they're in the coal mine. And then you get China with Trump coming in saying, I'm going to now flex economic muscle, and I'm going to show the world that America is still dominant economically. And we're going to sanctions for you, tariffs for you.
Mm-hmm.
And you get China saying, F off.
Or, okay, do your worst is really.
Do your worst. We're not doing that.
Your worst.
Yeah. And China goes toe to toe and starts, we're not taking your beef. Maybe we don't take your soybeans. Hey, maybe we're going to get gas from Canada. We're not going to take your airlines. We're going to raise tariffs to 125%. And then go further, say, we are with this to the bitter end.
Yes.
Okay, that's pretty astonishing. Trump, at that point, realizes, oh my God, I'm stuck in a trade war, and tries to go to other countries, by the way, that he's been browbeating for the last 3 months, to try to isolate China, and can't do it. That's amazing. Like, that's a different world than the 1980s, the end of history. That's not the end of history. That's something else. And that I don't know what to make of it entirely.
Well, China doesn't come with a contingent of soft power that's going to subjugate your population, run color revolutions, and brainwash them all. China doesn't come and say, you must open up your economy and your borders to my multinational companies. They just don't. It's not the same ideology. It's much more preferential. It's much more, again, this is multipolarity, is allowing states to exercise at least, and that's why this book is so good, because it talks about why culture, religion, and stuff like that is so important, and why Western soft power helps to destroy the potential of multipolarity. That element, it doesn't come with China. China doesn't want to impose the Chinese way of life on other people because it's solely Chinese. It's unique to the Chinese, and they understand that. China is also a warrior civilization state. So we're talking to a state that's been around for 5,000 years. You think that they're going to let us defeat them over trinkets? Like, this is crazy. Like, this is not.
They said it. It was like, we were here for 5,000 years. You're a new upstart.
We've talked about it before, I think, and if not, I've repeated until I'm blue in the face. You'll never defeat a country that was instilled with the ideas of communalism, communism, because they understand the huge sacrifice made for the greater good. An individualistic society is never going to beat a communalist society in a war like this, because we are not willing to sacrifice for our neighbor. Here, it's a zero-sum game. In China, it's if one starves, we all starve. Or if my neighbor falls, I fall. It's all about upholding, because the party is the people are the party. Here, we're not even involved in that at all. It's if I don't make it, if my neighbor has a lot, that means I have less.
Yes,
So,
that's what we think.
Yes.
It's a capitalistic society, right? Like
Mhm.
you're always on some level taking from somebody else, or
Yes.
the relationships are just kind of warped. Have you ever read this book by Beaver, Anthony Beaver, called Stalingrad? I think it was Stalingrad in Berlin. Or those books should be read back to back. It's when you read Stalingrad, then you read the Berlin. Oh, it is
Fall of Berlin, the
yeah.
downfall.
It's what is it called?
I think the Berlin one is called Berlin: The Downfall, and
That
then
might be it.
Stalingrad
Might
one
be.
is just named Stalingrad. He
Oh,
has a ton of them. There's like he
it's
has the
so
Battle
good.
of Arnhem, D-Day, Second
So
World War,
if you
Ardennes.
read
He has a book
if
about
you read Stalingrad and then the Battle of Berlin, it's almost like bookends, because it's almost like the military in Stalingrad just marches to Berlin, or elements of it. It is fascinating. But one of the things he points out early on in the book, he says the sacrifice of the Soviet soldier, and this is opportune because we're talking about the anniversary, right? The sacrifice of the Soviet soldier is something that Western governments can't fathom. Like how far they're willing to go, what they were willing to accept was unfathomable. That Western troops
would never.
will fight a certain amount and then say, okay, I'm done. Like, it's almost like you have to, you expend just enough where you feel like I've done enough. And that wasn't present on the Eastern Front. Those people, you were going to die. And so you fought even to the point of death. And the people in the West can't fathom it. They didn't see it. That wasn't the war that they were fighting in France. That wasn't the war they were fighting in the Battle of Berlin. That goes to the communal thing. Like, you guys are brothers in this. You guys are together in this. It's a communist country fighting this kind of larger war. I don't know. It's fascinating.
Well, they also stress their nationalism very heavily. They've always told people, you're Russian first, you're Chechen second, you're Russian first, you're Yakut second, like whatever you are, you're always Russian first. We don't have that here. They never say, oh, you're American. You say, I'm an Italian American. I'm an African American. The African or the Italian comes first.
Oh God, you said something else. Culture. I get that China may not impose their culture.
It seeps out. There's exchange. Yeah.
There's no way around it, right? Even American culture, the soft power ended up being a weapon of sorts. Right. It's like, the big stores, the big commodities, the hamburgers.
It would take China decades to even get to that point after all the anti-Chinese propaganda that's been circling for over a century. So there's that. I also don't see them psychologically enforcing it the way that the United States does. The United States purposefully tries to push its soft power. And that's always been a complaint of mine about China, is that they have no soft power whatsoever. Nobody is saying, I want to emulate the Japanese have more soft power than the Chinese. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing, because we want cultures to remain sovereign and true to themselves in the way that they feel they need to be. So that's not a bad thing. I don't think that Chinese culture needs to really seep out. Keep the great firewall up. Cultural exchange is good, but not if it's at the behest of the government.
No, that's fair. I mean, the US coming in and saying, hey, you need to accept.
Here's your NGOs, you will follow them, and we will build your schools, and we will teach you what you need to know. That's exactly what they did in the Balkans. That's why everybody in the Balkans speaks English. All their schools are Western. They're all Western-based schools.
Wow. So, okay, we talked about Europe. We had the negotiations. I think I'm slightly more optimistic, even though I don't know how that's going to work out, because Europe is doing everything in their power to stop it. And when you get Mark Rutte going into, I forget where he was, but basically saying, once peace is achieved in Ukraine, we'll revisit this thing of NATO. Okay, dude, no. Right? Like, they obviously can hear you say that in a microphone. No. When you get the Brits and the French, and I think the Balkan states, not the Balkan states, the Baltic states, thank you. When they're like, we're going to have a coalition of the willing. We're going to go in. And it's like, dude, no. It's almost like they're having a parallel track of negotiations with the explicit point of killing Trump's negotiations.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. Like Vance is saying, I don't want you to be vassals, but you kind of need them to be vassals.
Yeah, because if you give them their sovereignty, they're literally going to go against you and turn toward China. That's exactly the pivot that I see them making, is they're becoming more amicable to China, while the United States tries to force them into a deal with LNG. That's one of the issues that's happening right now. I don't know what will happen. It depends on what heads prevail in Europe. I think that they're becoming very disenchanted with the United States. Europeans blame us for a lot of their issues with immigration. And
as they should.
As they
As
should.
they should.
As they
The
should.
Syrian war,
Mhm.
and all of those people went flooding
There
into Europe.
5 or 6 million Syrians in Germany,
Yeah.
over 60% of which are on government assistance. That is a huge burden
Yep.
on the system. And you have to ask yourself, was this a feature or a bug? Did they mean to do this? Because I feel like they might have meant to do this. The United States, I'm saying, is that kind of, weaken Europe economically in a way. And it actually deindustrialized Germany to a degree.
But when you talk to Europeans, they don't often see it. Like the individual Europeans, if you say, do you associate that with America? They're like, what are you talking about? It's weird.
Yeah.
I want to play this clip because you brought this up. And I will let this be the end because I'm keeping you a long time. I'm sorry.
Oh,
so this is pointing out exactly what you said just then about, and just for a moment to set a context for this, it's a bit rich that Trump is doing this. He's like, we've been Europe's whipping posts, and they've been taking advantage.
Oh my God. I hate
and
this.
if you think about it, like we pushed them into a war. On top of pushing them into a war, who are they buying weapons from? Us. That's
Why?
money flowing out of Europe.
They had no choice. Like,
They didn't
I
have a
don't
choice.
understand. They were under. All right, play the clip. We'll talk about it after.
Okay. I'm just like, it's a bit rich. But he's
It
making
is.
that argument. That's all.
Crazy that Trump is doing this whole actually we're the victims, and you're like,
yeah, we're the victims. Everybody's taking advantage of us.
We've never had a war on our shores since like the Civil War. What are you talking about? It's crazy.
We have a deficit with the European Union of $350 billion.
You're supposed to.
And it's going to disappear fast. And one of the reasons and one of the ways that can disappear easily and quickly is they're going to have to buy our energy from us because they need it. They're going to have to buy it from us. They can buy it. We can knock off $350 billion in 1 week. They have to buy and commit to buy a like amount of energy. And we have that. We have more energy than any country in the world. I don't know if you know that. He knows everything. But the one thing you may not know, we have more energy than any country in the world. We have more of every kind of energy, every form of energy, from oil and gas to coal. And people talk about, I call it beautiful, clean coal. As you know, Germany is opening up a coal plant a week. They tried the windmills and it didn't work. They tried all the other solutions and they were ready to.
That clip is outrageous.
They're making a coal plant a week in Germany? Wow. Congrats to Germany.
Well, they had to do it because they got off Russian gas. They blew up Nord Stream.
Nord Stream.
Like that's what I mean. That clip is astonishing.
That's why I always mention like goldfish brain, or they just conveniently omit parts. They put. So he said the other day, the EU was made to basically rip America off, and I'm like, it's literally the opposite. What is this guy telling Americans? So now this creates even more animosity. The EU was created to centralize power and make it very easy to trade with one bloc. And also to subjugate them. The United States pushed for the EU strongly because of that. They wanted that single economic zone that they could take advantage of. This wasn't so they could rip off the United States. This is crazy. And, for some of us are only 1 or 2 generations moved from immigration from Europe. That's we kind of, I don't want to say we have an attachment to it, but especially if you grew up on the East Coast, in the cities in the East Coast, we were very attached to our ethnicities, and we were very attached to where the country, like my grandparents came from Italy. So it's something like, why do you want to break off conveniently, Georgia Maloney went to the White House today, but why do you want to break off our relation with the people that are like us, are supposed to be like us? Do you know what I mean? And it's very strange. The alienation of Europe is really strange to me. And their priorities have switched. This administration prioritizes animosity with China and reestablishing all of the dominance in the Latin American sphere. So Europe just is on the back burner. I don't know what they'll do. This LNG thing, I don't think they should go into an LNG contract with the United States, but they should just fix Nord Stream. This war was so, all of the side effects of this war were so frivolous and pointless. The blowing up of Nord Stream, the blowing up of the other pipeline, the Suezda pipeline, the ships in the Baltic Sea, like it's just one thing after another, and it's just it has eroded the sovereignty of the EU as a whole.
We got them to pass sanctions on Russian oil. They didn't want to do it because they understood that Russian oil was necessary for their economy, for their businesses, for their industries. And we got them to pass sanctions on Russian oil. And after we did so, we said, hey, by the way, we have LNG that's 5 times more expensive. You could buy from us. In which case, they were buying it from us. And I remember Macron comes out and says, hey, Joe, we're all in it together, right? Like, no, we're not. This is business. Yeah, sorry. You get businesses in Germany going belly up or leaving
to go to China.
I mean, like the notion that he is sitting there is like, they're taking advantage of us and they need to buy our oil to the tune of $350 billion. We can get rid of all of the debt. And if you're a European and you're sitting there like, that motherfucker.
Yeah.
If you're aware of like the movements that were being made, that they were pushed into, and that they are now in, that they're stuck with. Germany's been in coal plants because they didn't have oil.
Yep.
They didn't want to.
No, he blames it on the windmills. He says the windmills didn't work, so they got to build a coal plant.
That is an amazing.
Coal plant a week.
That is
I'm working
amazing.
on my Trump impression.
The level of mendacity that comes out this White House is
I love it.
Mind-blowing.
I love it.
Sarah,
I love it.
I love it. Those clips are funny to me, but they shouldn't be. Like, it's so over the top.
They're funny
It's
until
so
I
ridiculous.
realize there are people that believe this that don't have the contextual knowledge that I have to be like, this guy's just bullshitting. Like, there's Americans that are like, yeah, F those windmills. And you're like, so once I remember that, I get sad again.
Don't tell me that.
Let me enjoy my moment.
Yeah, don't tell me that. I just want to enjoy the clip. Like, I don't want to. It's like, I don't want to know that. I
hate
like
those
Alex
windmills. Hate them.
Alex Jones is funny to me
Love
until
him.
I met somebody who believed Alex Jones.
Oh,
and you're sitting there like, oh, you're serious?
that happened with me and Candace Owens. Like, my good friend is like, I love her and I believe it. And I'm like,
really?
Oh.
Yeah. The Jones thing freaked me out. Because to me, he's an actor.
He's a charlatan, right? He's a carnival show. That's how we look at it.
The shit that he says. He's good at it. Like, when Donald Trump in the first term bombed Syria, and Alex Jones came out and lost, and he did a 30-minute monologue off the top of his head about how they were helping us fight the jihadists. Like, he was like in it. And I was like, fuck, he's right. Like, he's doing this well. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Like the gay frogs or the gay, whatever, the lizard people.
Those are people. That was a bad one.
Yeah. But then you see somebody who like, oh yeah, I love his show.
They still believe that there are.
They believe it. It's terrifying. Sarah Bils. Sarah, look, I am so sorry for the last couple of days. The first day, it wasn't me. Entire internet.
I came on and I was like, oh Lord. It's like StreamYard.
It was still going? Oh.
Yeah. No, it wasn't live. It wasn't live. The studio was just open and it said ended. And I was like, okay. Something happened. Technical difficulties. Because StreamYard is finicky. So I figured it was StreamYard, but I guess it was your internet.
No, it was that apparently my neighbors upstairs, theirs went out. Everybody's went out. I went outside, raging, angry. And it wasn't even at anybody. It was just like, because I don't want my show is a cathedral. Like, for me, it is very important.
Okay, it's your meditation. Yeah. It's part of the schedule. Once the schedule gets thrown out of whack, you're like,
it's to me, it's sacred. It's very few things that I think are sacred. This show is sacred. to me. I mean, like I built it. I feel like the audience enjoys it, even if that audience is 200 people, 500 people,
That's
1,000
a
people
lot
watching.
for a live show, daily live show. So don't sell yourself short.
Right. I guess my point is, we hit 500 almost immediately every show now.
That's great.
Popping collar.
Yeah.
The other day we hit 700, 800.
Oh my God.
So when I say like the show
Okay,
is
Jamarl's fans, I'm returning to streaming on Sunday. So you'll have to go over to there on Sunday afternoon.
check her out. She is awesome. The same conversation we have here. She is fantastic.
Yeah, we're back to streaming on Sunday. It should be exciting. We'll definitely have you on in the next coming weeks.
Anytime you want me, you got me.
I'm excited. I need it. It's to me,
Sarah
it's my
Bils.
it's my release.
Well,
Streaming.
it allows you to get that stuff out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it's supposed to bugging the shit out of people constantly. You could just get it out, and the audience can give it back.
And all
And
your
you can-
normal people are like, I don't care about politics, Sarah. And
Yeah.
you're like, why? Like,
but your audience does. Right?
Yes, I need to stream to people who care about it.
Yeah. Sarah Bils, independent journalist, U.S. Navy veteran, and co-founder of DD Geopolitics. DD Geopolitics is fantastic. If I'm not mistaken, I probably even have some of the links up now. Like looking at some of the content, because I use you guys for content because you guys do such great work. Keep up the work, good work. You guys do fantastic work. I'm over the moon that you guys are going to be streaming. You have been very helpful. Like maybe
Anytime. Yes,
you've
please.
been a great guest on the show. You've been willing to come on all the time, and even when it was like 100 people. So
I don't care. I never look at the audience. I just go.
You'd be surprised how many people do.
Thank you, Jamarl. I hope you have a good weekend, and tell your mother to have a very blessed Easter.
Oh, she can hear you. She's probably
Have a blessed Easter, Mom. It was so nice
Yeah.
to meet you. Hopefully, we'll talk again soon. Thank you, Jamarl. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You have a good one. Be safe, okay?
Yep.
All right. Sarah Bils, she is fantastic, beautiful, brilliant, all that good stuff. Deeply appreciate her. We have been really brainstorming on what to do for the 50K as a celebration. And I got to be honest, I'm at a loss because it's a stream. Like, it's one thing if you go out at like a restaurant and you have to stream out in public as a celebration. Okay, I don't know how to do that. So there's that. And the noise would pollute the stream. I was thinking of call-ins. I was thinking of having an elongated stream. But again, you burn your guests. We've got to do something. We've got to celebrate. It's a milestone. And I love the fact that Sarah could join me for that milestone. I would have liked Ritter to join me for the milestone, to be honest. He was another one of those people that built up the show. In fact, there are a few people I would want to join. I mean, Marouf is one. Marouf has been coming on for God knows how long. He's been dedicated to the show, and I deeply appreciate him for doing so. He is fantastic. He's an awesome guy. So has Ritter. Look, I might have put a knife in Ritter, but he is entirely right that he has dedicated a lot of time to the show, and he didn't have to. Ritter can go on Just Nap to get 200,000 views, and yet he come on my show. I don't know if it was because a hangover from Fault Lines, where he just kind of felt like a tether. I'm not sure. But I would have loved for him to come on the 50K show, or at the very least the celebration show. Esteban. I mean, there are a lot of people. And damn it, I shouldn't have named anybody, because now that you named anybody, the person you don't name is going to be like, what the fuck about me? But there are a lot of people who have dedicated a lot of time to coming on the show when they really didn't have to. It's not like they get anything from it, short of views and outlook. Peter Coffin, Ted Raw. Got to mention Ted Raw. Ted Raw has been just rock solid, like from even on Fault Lines. You can call Ted Raw at the last minute. Hey, Ted, come on. I'm there. He's that guy. He's Johnny on the spot. One of my new people, Arno. Arno is fantastic. He's an analyst from Moscow. Mark Sloboda, the man is amazing. Amazing man. He's a hell of a man. And I say that because there's certain people who alter your workable point of view. my mind is blanking out. Jack Fresco, Venus Project, Richard Wolff, again, another person who's been coming on, I deeply appreciate. They alter how you view the world. It's the lens alters, and it changes everything from that point on. Sloboda is kind of the guy for me. And his understanding of the stuff, his analysis of the stuff, he tends to be honest about it. He's honest about himself. He's a nationalist. His view is going to be looked through that lens. But when he gets it wrong, he says so. When he doesn't know, he says so. When he thinks he's right, he says so. And it gives you somewhat of a clear view. And so when you're looking at events and you're seeing the analysis on the news, you're like, those people are getting it wrong. And you've been talking to somebody for 3 years, and you've been seeing the way they view the world and how they've analyzed it and get it right over and over and over. You're like, okay, his view, his lens is correct in the way he's seeing it. And your lens needs to, on some level, be ticked a bit in order to see it in a way where it's right. And I don't mean this in, where it's just my point of view sense. I mean, there are real events that are taking place on the ground. They have physical matter reality outcomes that your evaluation of it is either true or false. It's that. That's Mark. He's that guy. And he's been willing to come on the show on Fault Lines. God, man, we used to use him constantly. And he's been willing to come on my show even when I was fucking it up royally and when I first started. Couldn't do it without him. Honestly, God, couldn't do it without him. He's that good. And so deeply appreciate him for it. There are a lot of people. Peter Coffin comes on the show all the time. I guess my point is, I appreciate all of these people. And from my point of view, what I wanted to be able to give them, look, I'll tell you my thoughts. A few people, I'll tell my thoughts. I felt like I was locked out of many other shows and people for whatever reason. Whether that was, I didn't start on the Young Turks, so it wasn't like, Jordan, where he gets 100,000, starts off immediately, because he switches over. There were no other affiliation or groups. It was just me, starting at zero. Claw your way up to 30K. And as you do that, you feel like I'm still separate. Like there's a community of people out there that are doing something, but I'm in my own world and doing it. You feel distant, you feel disjointed. And then you start on radio and you come back off radio and you have somewhat of a new format because it's like, okay, well, this is a better format. So I want to do this format because I can still do my own monologue and commentary if I want, but I want this format. And you feel locked out of some big guests that you may want to talk to. Larry Johnson, be an example. What is the guy's name? He's a British diplomat. His analysis is fantastic. And I remember hitting him up. He was like, oh, yeah, I appreciate you hitting me up, but that's okay. It's like, God damn it. That guy's so good. I hit Larry Johnson up. And he texted back once or twice and then just stopped. Glenn Deason comes on the show twice and then stops. And so it's like, okay, these are guests that I really want because their analysis is really on point. And what I want is to be able to give analysis that is on point, especially Larry Johnson. Larry Johnson tends to be really good in his analysis of things. And so then I said, okay, fair enough. You're not going to get those people. Fuck it. Go without. And in going without, find people who are also really good, who give good analysis, and grow them. Build your house. Those who have it, build your house. And in the same way, you start at zero with the show, and you build that house brick by brick by brick. Consistency. You just keep doing it over and over. You just get up and do it. Get up and do it. Get up and do it. One person watching. Fuck it. Build your house. You build them too. And you try to create a show that is engaging enough and good enough and interesting enough, with analysis being good enough, that the people who come on that show, and you're not going to be able to do it for everybody, that may start off not getting many, start to grow. And all of you start to grow together, and you develop those people with you as you grow, So they grow their own audiences also where people who want to see them and talk to them. KJ, no. How could I ever forget KJ? KJ is that guy, right? Same thing. KJ started coming on. KJ might have gotten like 1,000 views. Every video I put up for KJ gets like 14, 15,000 views. You build your house. He's damn good at it. People see he's damn good at it. And they are like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. And they start watching him over and over and over again. You build your house. Mark Sloboda. Mark was always good though. But in the beginning, not many views, but now every video, 15,000 views. Mark. Hell, when you combine the two videos, like 20, 30,000 views. You build your house. Ted Raw might have gotten 800 views at one point. Ted Raw gets like 4,000 views every video now. Those, like, in my mind, that is my payment. Because they're paying me by coming on the show. Like, they're giving me something by coming on the show, and I feel like I can't give you anything. But the thing I can give you is you can grow with me, ideally, hopefully, if I'm doing it right. If I'm asking the right questions, if I create the video correctly, if I'm giving the right analysis. If a video does poorly, that's me fucking up. So if Margaret Kimberly comes on and doesn't do well, that's me. That's not her. That's me. I fucked up. That's my thinking of it. Fuck those people if I can't get them. It is what it is. They make their choices on who show they want to go on. I would say that it feels like it's oversaturated because you get the same motley crew of people over and over and over again. And so my thought was, okay, at some point, people will get tired of hearing the same thing over and over again from the same people who are going on the same show with the people asking the same questions. And they may look for something that is a little bit more engaging in regards to better analysis of events. And hopefully they will come here. And as they come here, they will see new people. And they would say, hey, the guy's interesting. And they will come back. And the show would grow. And it would grow with them, with the people who are willing to come on, and with the people who I can get. And by the way, I mean no bad words for any of those people. Larry Johnson is fucking fantastic. I think it's Andre, I can't think of his name, Diplomat. He's fantastic. Fantastic analysis, which was the reason why I want him on the show. So no bad marks to any of them. And by the way, no bad marks to Scott either. I just disagree with him. He helped build this show, and he has my deepest appreciation for doing so. Me putting a knife at him is not indicative of me disliking him. I hope that makes sense. It's just I disagree. And keep in mind, I grew up in a YouTube space, not a radio space. It was normal for us to put a knife in people in a YouTube space. So that's where my mind works on that stuff. But what I'm hoping is, as we continue to grow, that the people who've come along with me stay with me. I don't like to lose people. I hated losing Scott. But I do get it. I can't give him what he needs in payment. I mean, I don't know the reasons, but in my head, I can't give you what you need in payment because you can get that with 100,000 views. But other people who can grow with me, yes. I appreciate all of them. Everybody who's ever come on the show, thank you. Everybody who's ever watched, thank you. Everybody who's ever given, thank you. 50,000. Hungry K is next. I want to thank all of you for joining me. That's my thinking of how I process the show and the people who come on this show. Sarah Bils is fantastic. DD Geopolitics puts out stuff constantly that you will not necessarily see in the mainstream news, but is on it. Esteban, The Cradle, puts out stuff that is fantastic stories. Stuff that you may not see in mainstream media, but they're hitting that story. I want those people because those people are doing exceptionally well. And even though they may not necessarily be well known, they are phenomenal in their understanding of what is taking place and in their own reporting of what is taking place, even though they're not well known. I want to make those people more well known. It helps me when they're more well known. It helps them when they're more well known. If the show grows and the show grows with them as people come on to the show. Dr. Wilmer Leon, love that guy. Garland Nixon, love that guy. And what's funny to me with Dr. Wilmer Leon, I think he's one of the most brilliant, funny people that I've ever had on the show. And I will tell you, I've had audience members like, Wilmer's here, I'm gone. Not yesterday. Yesterday, those people stayed, and he ends up getting like 4,000 views. That's what I want. That's what I want. Like, for me, that's a success. That's, you're bringing somebody on who may not necessarily be well known, but is brilliant. You're exposing them, and people see it, and it's like, I like that guy. And when you see him again, they come back. In which case, they stay when he goes. Garland Nixon, it's just fantastic in general. He has his own show. He does great work. He has really good guests. He comes on the show all the time. He's always been willing to come on the show. He is the man that got me into radio in and of itself. I have this format because I was in radio. So on some level, it's attributed to him. Fucking phenomenal guy. Yeah. I always feel like I owe people when they come on, because I feel like I can't give them, especially in the very beginning of the show, what they need in regards to the exchange of relations that took place of views for content. Basically, you get your views, I get my content. Match made in heaven. The more views I get, the more exposure you get. Match made in heaven. Okay, but if you get short views, it's like, okay, well, dude, I came on your show for no reason. They never said that. None of them. None of them. I appreciate all of them. So I want to thank them. If I miss somebody's name, I am deeply, deeply apologetic. It's just on the fly. I didn't mean to give this commentary. I want to thank all of you, sincerely. It's a milestone. I want the little placket from YouTube. That's assuming they give it to me. It's like, fuck you. We don't like your content. So fuck you, we're not giving it to you. I want it. We're going to keep doing this. I have no idea what's going to happen with the radio station. This remains sacred from this point on. It doesn't matter. If they bring it back, fantastic. If they don't, oh well, that sucks for a lot of people, frankly. But this remains. It has to. There's something about being self-directed that is exciting but terrifying simultaneously. When you lose your job, it's exciting. Oh, but it's terrifying. How am I going to eat? How am I going to get a place? Oh my God, what if I get sick? Those type of things. By the same token, it allowed this ability to be a leaf in the wind. And, when I was younger, it was frankly what I wanted. I wanted to be unattached. When my ex-wife and I were traveling and all this other stuff, that's what we wanted. Got rid of the car, got rid of the house, got rid of all that stuff. And then you lose your job and you're like, holy shit, I'm a leaf in the wind. And you think back to yourself, this is kind of what you wanted. It's like, no, it's not. I enjoyed being comfortable. But there's something, it's something about doing it yourself that's different. I can't put my finger on it. But again, it's terrifying. Anything could happen. Fuck around and break a wrist. Who knows? Look, I guess ultimately what I'm trying to say is I deeply appreciate all of you. I don't know what success looks like. I don't know if 50,000 is it. I would say it's on the way to it. And it's on the way to having something that is sustainable. And I can only do that because of all of you. Jeff Bezos has an idea. And he's sitting in a warehouse. If he's by himself, nothing gets done. It takes everybody else. And so thank you for making this little engine that could an actual thing. And sticking with me with it. You have sincere and deepest appreciation. Let me see, is there anybody else? This is Natalie Williams, 50K. Shout out to you, Natalie. Thank you. Diane Thomas, Sarah's coming. She came. That sounds dirty. She was here. Yes, she was. Shout out to her for that. Black in the Empire. God, I love that name. Black in the Empire. Black in the Empire. Congrats, Jamal. Thanks, man. Full mid dissident. Which Trek series solidified you love it? What? Which Trek series solidified? I don't understand what that means. Well, I like all of them, but I think Deep Space Nine ended up being my favorite in regards to the series. Next Generation, probably ideologically. Yeah, I'll go with that. Because there's a famous scene that people think of when they think of Star Trek, and they think of what is the purpose of the Federation. And Picard says something like, he's talking to this guy because they were doing war planning. And Picard is like, we're not a militaristic organization. We're an organization of exploration. That's not what we do. That is a small part of what a captain does. I think Riker chimed in and said that's a small part of what a captain does. So there's no point in even studying this. We're purely for exploration. And the guy's kind of like, dude, are you serious right now? But that was when people think of what the Federation, they think of that. That is the line that is in their minds. This is not a military organization. This is an organization for exploration. But what Picard is missing is they're explorers because they've pacified everybody else. They've had their wars. They had their fights. The Federation was having those fights on some level, or United Earth or whatever. And they only was able to do that because they were technologically superior to everybody else, where they can kick everybody else's ass if they needed to. If they were not, then Star Trek would be a military organization, just like they were in Deep Space Nine when they went up against a threat that they had to deal with, or like the Borg, which just wipe all those ships out. So ideologically, I would prefer that. Realistically, I know Deep Space Nine is probably, more like it. I like both. So I'm not sure which. That's the honest answer, right? All right, I'm going to end this. 415 people are here. Hear me babble. I'm going to say like, share. I'm going to say subscribe. We've had a really long show today, 4 hours. 4 hours after being up all night. That's okay. 50K. We're going to celebrate. Thank you all. You be safe. And I will see you guys first thing Monday morning. Have a good one, all.